Okay, we got everybody here? Yes, I think. Are we online? All righty, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 8:30, and I am going to bring to order our Committee of the Whole for June the 18th. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Councillor Christie.
Before anybody talks, I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the minutes of the May the 16th.
May 21st.
All right, there's something going on here. Anyway, we pre-circulated the minutes of the May 21st meeting. Are there any errors, omissions? Reeve King.
I would make the motion to approve the minutes from the May 21st Committee of the Whole meeting as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the May 21st Committee of the Whole as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, so we're off to new business. 2.1, Unsightly Premises Bylaw Draft 2. Welcome, Ms. Grosfield. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton. And I guess any time you are ready.
Good morning, Council. So today we're bringing back the Unsightly Premises Bylaw, Draft Number 2. We presented in December 5th, 2023, some information regarding our process at Kneehill County, our existing bylaw, and how we use that. We included some provincial legislation under the Municipal Government Act to cover some enforcement and orders, and just that planning and protective services work together on many of these files. At the February 20th COW meeting, we reviewed some comparator municipalities, Mountain View and Wheatlands, and then we actually went into further detail on May 21st, and we compared Kneehill County, Red Deer County, Mountain View County, Rocky View County, Wheatland County, and Lethbridge County's bylaws on a certain number of topics. And then at today's meeting, we're going to review the legal team's comments from the draft that we presented at the May 21st COW meeting. And your suggestions were also taken into consideration, and the bylaw has been changed to reflect those. So if we go through the bylaw, if you want to bring up your bylaw, and then I can kind of go through some of the draft bylaw. Sorry. So I'm just going to start with our table that was included in the RFD, because this one, number 1, is general. So the question was asked about liability of adding egg properties in the bylaw. And so no changes were made from the original draft that was presented at the last COW meeting. So legal comments. Expanding the scope of the bylaw to include egg properties should not open you up to additional liability. It is common to apply to all properties. The issue is when it comes to exercising your discretion, a rural remote property is less offensive than one in the middle of a hamlet. And this discretion is clearly built into the bylaw with the guidelines in Part 3 that should deal with those standards, and nothing in the bylaw suggests that you would go around ticketing any of the derelict farm buildings. The second part was we added the definition under unsightly premises. We added to it any loose garbage, waste, litter, refuse, plastic containers, boxes that are coming from the property or are on the property. So that was added into number 4 there, IV. So that was a comment from the last one. And then if you continue through the bylaw, we took out reasonable state of repair, just because that, that definition, and I forgot to cross it off, I actually took it out, so my apologies there. Just because we don't want to get into the, well, you have a broken window, now you're unsightly kind of thing in all properties, because it just opens up the door to too big of a project, I guess you could say. And then, so if you go to, then, under Part 3, the general guidelines. So number 5 was something that we talked about in adding the historical or community significance. And so legal did give us some comments, and with that we added a definition to the unsightly premises listing that says presence of broken windows, doors, or other dialect conditions that leave a structure unsecure or would allow squatting or other unauthorized access to the structure. So that was their legal opinion on that, to balance out that Part 3 and number 5. And then there's just some minor red throughout the bylaw. So under Part 3, there's some general little things that we just added to. Number 7 changed, instead of what we had there, property shall not be considered unsightly to the extent the operation or activity complained of is specifically authorized by a valid development permit issued by the county. That was just, again, just a bit of a different wording from legal and their advice on changing that section. We also talked just generally about frivolous complaints, and we wanted to add that in the general guidelines when we're looking at those. When we put it in, legal came back with some advice, and so we removed it. And so legal's opinion on that was, adding this will prevent Kneehill County from proceeding with enforcement should there not be strong enough feelings in the complaint. This would preclude us from being able to act, and other factors and definition already capture these, and so we can use those when we're dealing with and enforcing the bylaw. So completely, yeah, because we did have the degree of impact to the complainant in there as a guideline, and he suggested removing it. So please interrupt me if you have any questions. Part 4 is general prohibitions, and so number 10, we added motor vehicles to that list. The accumulation of animal material, yard material, and motor vehicles on a property designated or permitted for use as agricultural lands shall not constitute an unsightly property under this bylaw, so as long as, in the opinion of the designated officer, the accumulation is not considered excessive given the scope and scale of the activity. So legal said this may make it more difficult to enforce. However, there is still discretion by the designated officer in the word excessive. Part 6 already doesn't apply to agricultural lands. This add would not entirely restrict the county from enforcement in cases where an extreme or unreasonable number of derelict vehicles are on the property. Part 7, number 18.
I have a question just before you go.
Sure.
No, that's okay. So in the motor vehicle part, so because we have vehicle and equipment prohibitions in Part 6 that specifically refer to residential, and what you're saying in Part 6, so that means that we can accumulate vehicles on agriculture land, but we can't do it. Do we want to say that?
I don't know, that was just one of the suggestions that I had heard. So I just thought, yeah. it definitely counteracts, it doesn't counteract it, it actually adds to it just because this is specific to residential, but you're right, it would, and that's what they're saying, it's just excessive is definitely a discretionary word, right? And so it definitely leaves that up to the officer in a little bit more detail.
Well, I guess part of my question would be is how intent are we on trying to enforce as well? Because we definitely have a lot of derelict and accumulations of old vehicles on a lot of properties, and not just in the country, but in our hamlets as well.
Right, and
I
just
guess
to
because
clarify, the hamlets still would be, because it's in our land use bylaw, and we've basically copied that also into part 615. So we still would be able to enforce that in hamlets and residential areas.
So is this our out because we're trying to make this more applicable? I guess I'm asking council. We're trying to make this more broad, so it applies now not just to hamlet properties. And so this is our way of erasing for ag properties the accumulation of excessive amounts of old vehicles. So I guess that's my question. Like, are we serious about making this applicable and across the board or not? And do we want to provide an out like that just because it's an ag property? It's a question.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I guess I was at a police advisory meeting last week, and one of the people there spoke about having a bylaw with the unsightly portion to it. So I guess further to your comment, Reeve King, if it's not there, it's not there. So I guess, I mean, it does say excessive, and I think that does give, it gives us the ability to enforce that. If there's a property that, I mean, we all know that there's properties that are of huge concern, but if it's not in there, we have no avenue, and that's what the fellow that was at our meeting said. Like, if you don't have it in the bylaw, there's nothing, there's no mechanism for our development folks or our peace officers to enforce that. So I myself would like to leave it in, because I want to give that avenue to our staff to be able to enforce that.
Yeah, Reeve King.
So I guess my question isn't about leaving the avenue to allow enforcement, but when you start to use words like excessive, in the opinion of, adversely affects, that's allows a huge latitude for interpretation. And so that's why I'm asking the question. Is what we've done is we said that we're going to make this more applicable to not just hamlets, but we're going to broaden who we're applying this to. And then we use terminology that's very vague and allows a lot of room for leeway. And so in the opinion of the, what's it say, enforcement officer, how do you define what excessive is, and how do you define what is adverse effects, the amenities of the area? So on my property, I could start to accumulate a bunch of derelict and old vehicles, and who's going to determine when that becomes excessive? Is the number 99, I'm good, and when I get 100, I'm now excessive? Is it if I bury them in behind my trees and nobody really can see them, then it's not adversely affecting the amenities of the area? Or if the enforcement officer goes by and all of a sudden, in his opinion on that specific day, I now have an excessive number. And so my concern is not that we're giving some flexibility, but the amount of latitude that's in the language is huge. and the vagueness of that language is enormous. And so in terms of an enforcement on an ag property, I think it's almost impossible based on what the language is here.
Counselor Christie.
I guess my thought is, what if you put unregistered motor vehicles?
It does already have that, unregistered or inoperative. It's already in the bylaw. Sorry, in the bylaw, that language is already there, unregistered motor vehicles or inoperative. And the whole thing comes down to, in my opinion, is how you determine what excessive is and in whose opinion is that excessive. We've said it's our enforcement officer. Well, how does he make that determination? Or she?
Oh, Counselor Cunningham, please.
I've been called lots of things, but that's okay. So I guess, again, further to that, I get, like you say, I mean, excessive, I mean, it can be determined different ways to different people, but I think a lot of times we've come back and we've talked about complaint driven. So I guess if we've had 40 complaints on this property, to me, that would give that enforcement officer a clear indication that there's an issue. If nobody's ever said anything about it, I guess to me, it's not an issue, but we're certainly not the first municipality to go down this road. So I guess I would look to administration and ask, like, so how are other municipalities dealing with this portion of their bylaw?
Sorry, I'm just pulling up the comparator that we did at the last meeting, because we had one specific for the vehicles. And so under vehicle enforcement, Red Deer was nuisance defined as generally affecting the area, including accumulation of vehicles. There was no specific number. Mountain View County, vehicles defined includes farm equipment, but is not contained anywhere else in the bylaw. So it's in a definition, but then they never talk about it in the bylaw. Rocky View County, vehicles and equipment included in the unsightly property definition based on the discretion of normal use of the area. Wheatland, in a hamlet, no more than 2 unregistered vehicles on a property and can exercise discretion based on property type. And Lethbridge, unsightly includes having 2 or more unregistered vehicles on the property which are visible from public property.
Reeve King.
And so those numbers apply to both, I'm going to call it urban, so residential, and ag. So the same number applies. So if it was 2 unregistered motor vehicles on an ag parcel or a residential parcel, would be treated the same.
For Lethbridge's, you mean?
Well, there was specific ones that you had in there that had that 2.
Yes, Wheatlands is, can exercise discretion though, based on the property use. I'm just gonna look up Lethbridge's here. Oh, it doesn't really go into much detail. It's actually just under the definition. And then they have a one-liner saying, permit or allow the existence of any activity which constitutes a nuisance. That's their one-liner in their bylaw. That's it. That's all they've got.
Reeve King.
Okay, and so here's my problem. So complaint driven. So I'm sitting on a property, I have 40 unregistered derelict vehicles sitting on my property. You receive numerous complaints regarding my property. So you come and you issue me a notice. I'm going to go to court on this one because I know in the Nehill County there's plenty of other properties that have same number or greater numbers of derelict vehicles that you're not enforcing on. I'm going to win. We're going to lose. And so the whole point of this is how enforceable, and that's what I'm trying to get at is are we putting something in here that we can actually do something with, Or are we just putting this in here? I don't know. Why are we putting it in here? That's the question I'm asking. Because if it's not something that we can actually do something with, like I say, just because you get a complaint about my property, I can bring up tons of instances where somebody else has a property that's similar or perhaps worse than mine. And there's no way you can enforce on me and not enforce on the others. And so if we're gonna put language in a bylaw that's not enforceable or not usable for us, why are we putting it there? And that's what I'm trying to get at. It's just trying to get us to think about the reality of the situation that we're gonna find ourselves in. And can we actually do something with this clause that's in our bylaw that's gonna allow us to move forward and maybe accomplish what we thought we were gonna try to accomplish, but makes it impossible for our enforcement officers or our bylaw people to actually do something with. So is it really a point of having it? And that's I'm not objecting to what we're trying to do. What I'm trying to get us to think about is how we can actually make this work. And is it even possible to make it work? And so anyway, that's kind of where I'm trying to go. So I don't know if I'm making myself very clear, so.
I just have a comment through the chair. When it comes to enforcement, as a municipality, we are not obligated to enforce. As I have said before, I don't encourage that behavior because then it does open that entire can of worms. But when something goes to the court, they're not looking at what you have not done in the rest of the municipality. They're looking at the instance that comes to the court, and they're determining whether or not that instance meets the bylaw or not. In the case with the agricultural piece here, this is going to have to stand in the unsightly bylaw for now, at least, because we don't have it in the land use bylaw. We are strictly around those residential properties. So the courts are going to look as to whether or not you're in compliance with the unsightly bylaw, and they aren't going to look at, and people use that argument all the time, that, you know, there's 10 other ones. Yes, we are aware there's 10 other ones, but the courts are going to look at what's sitting on the table at that point in time when they do the enforcement.
Well, I've stayed pretty quiet on most of this because I'm thinking in my head, what is it we're trying to prove here? You have a farmstead sitting in the middle of a section of land. Nobody's within half a mile of you. I mean, other than your wife or your husband that says the yard looks like hell. What's the difference if the neighbors drive by and say, oh, I don't like him, I think their yard looks like hell, let's get even, or let's start a row. I can see it when you're living a fence separating you between your neighbor. And one guy wants to be super clean, the other guy's making a mess. But when you have no one living close to you, what are we trying to prove here? Councillor Phobes.
In my opinion, it wasn't about proving anything. It was giving the staff the ability to address these issues that the public might have. That is the reason why I asked for this to come forward.
Okay.
So if putting in part 4, number 10, the motor vehicles, take it out because it's covered under vehicle and equipment. The reeve is correct.
And the public has the right to determine whether my yard is unsightly or not?
I think here, when it comes to the public, to me, it's all about the setbacks. Like, if it's away from the property line, you know, like this, it's so hard when you have a hamlet and more dense population, and then we have the ag, or we have the acreage areas, and then we have ag. So this is a very, very hard thing to, who can tell me that I can't keep my 10 derelict vehicles there, because eventually I might get them going again, or my derelict old equipment that I'm hoping to use, or maybe not, just use for display in my yard. So to me, any of this stuff is to do with setbacks, just to make sure it, like if I have 10 derelict vehicles and Faye has, Councillor McGee has 40, you know, I don't know how actually to deal with this, unless there is a problem with setbacks, and that is interfering with the neighbors or the general public.
Councillor Cunningham.
I guess this could be an all-day conversation, and you guys have heard me say before, we always say we can't tell people what they can do with their land. We can tell people, and we do tell people what they can do with their land. We tell people how many chickens they can have on their property. We tell people how many sea cans they can have, how tall their garages can be. So can we tell people that the properties can't be unsightly? I mean, obviously municipalities do. Like I said, we are not the first ones to have an unsightly bylaw. So I guess my question to administration, two things would be, why are other municipalities doing it? What's the reasoning for it? And is it going to make your enforcement jobs, I don't want to say easier, but maybe more efficient to have these bylaws in place? And that's kind of what I heard the other night at our PAC meeting, is they are able to do more comprehensive or better enforcement based on complaints because of this being in place. If it's not in place, there's no leg to stand on.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to aid council in the discussion. I think you guys are on the right track in terms of discussing what is the goal or the outcome that you want, right? And then the bylaw funnels towards that is what is it we're trying to achieve? So there's a good question there. For some other, to toss a couple other things out there, to pick up on the point that Councillor Cunningham just said, in other municipalities, I've had instances in my career where we've used an unsightly premises bylaw to go in and force the cleanup of a fire hazard. So a property that was littered with, whether it's tarps or whatever else, to be able to go in and it was just an additional tool to do that, right? If there was something going on there, that if that place went up, everything around it was going, right? So it feeds into, there are other tools that sometimes this comes into play. The other one, and I may, depending on this, I may defer a bit to Ms. Hazelton and Ms. Grossfield, is we talk about residential areas in the bylaw, and the discussion so far has really been hamlets versus agriculture. But you've got something in the middle there as well, because you've got acreages, and a number of our acreages that get taken out are not zoned residential. They're still zoned, sorry, I was about to say commercial, but they're still zoned agricultural. So you do have that, how this applies to those properties, or if somebody has a multi-lot subdivision, those might be country residential, but they're not hamlets. So you've got on one end your hamlet, which are our most dense areas, and agriculture, which are our least dense, but you've also got properties in the middle of those two.
Go ahead.
I'll maybe just clarify how it works from our land use perspective. So country residential hamlets, and we have ex-hamlets as well. So we have a lot of little urbans that are no longer technically considered hamlets, like the Allinghams and Grangers, Hesketh, those types of places, where you do have those really small lots that can easily create issues with adjacent landowners. So all of those would be seen as residential properties. But the majority of our subdivisions are still zoned agriculture, so they'd be looked at through that lens. They do, if we get into the setback thing, they would obviously have less ability or less area that they could house their vehicles. So if we get into that, that's where that would come into play. But otherwise, those properties would be under that same agricultural lens.
And I know that we had that conversation in the past as well about unsightlies, and there will always be discretion. There's always going to be the eye of the beholder. A rusted piece of farm equipment, or if you paint it, is it better? Or rusted, is it better? there's always going to be that when it comes to unsightly premises. And we do enforce on complaint basis. This is a tool, not like we have an unsightly premises bylaw already. We do have the MGA that we can pull out and act on the MGA for any property. Doesn't matter if it's ag, residential, anything. Like, we do have those tools. This just gives us a little bit more of a tool when it comes to some of those ag properties that have gone excessive. And we do want, if we get those complaints, to be able to act. The garbage blowing from an ag property was one of the conversations that's in here now. We don't have that, I guess, trivial complaint in the MGA, right? Like, we can't act on that through the MGA, but we can through an unsightly premises bylaw and the amendments that we've made. We definitely can reword the accumulation of the motor vehicles, the derelict motor vehicles, and maybe look at redefining that a little bit and bring that, you know, if council so chooses to bring that back to council, and we can kind of reword it as public view or setbacks, but either way, it's still going to be discretionary. No matter what, it will be discretionary, and we act upon complaint basis. But that doesn't limit us to not being able to act on something that we don't get a complaint about. Like, if there is something that is a huge fire hazard or a huge problem property, we can still act through council. Council has that right and authority to do that. So just kind of a general. Did you want me to finish, or do you want to have conversation?
Sorry. Just a comment. When you were looking through other municipalities, did it mention or reference parcel size at all? Like when it comes to the acreages or anything? You never saw any of that wording? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. Just for consideration, some of those communities may not have it in their unsightly premises bylaw because certain setbacks and conditions could be specifically in their land use bylaw. So I just want to make sure that council's aware of that.
Well, regardless, I still have a problem with this whole thing. I mean, are we gonna have an unsightly premises police force going out there looking for stuff, or are we gonna have angry neighbors being the police force? Or because I'm sure as heck not gonna drive around looking for trouble. And I mean, I've seen it out there, but that's not my job. I think if you're gonna have unsightly vehicles, then put a number down. Whether that be 9 and 10, all of a sudden at 10, you're in big trouble. Or if it's 40 and 45, all of a sudden you're in big trouble. I don't know where to set the limits. And that's, I think, where we're at here, is there are no limits. Somebody's gonna drive by and say, well, 6 vehicles sitting there 25 feet from the road, that's not right. Well, you're probably correct. 3 vehicles sitting 25 feet from the road is probably not correct. But I find it very hard how we are going to enforce any of this. And I mean, if we're using people driving by as the police force, which is the way it sounds, because it's unsightly in their eyes, where's the discretion? Now we're sending out peace officers to look at vehicles who somebody thinks are unsightly, or not even vehicles, whatever.
And
I don't know, if you're gonna make rules, you have to be able to enforce them. But why are we making the rule? In essence. Councilor Forbes.
We're making the rules, in my opinion, due to some complaints we received at an open house that we sat at with some people that lived across from people not taking care of their properties and the stuff coming. I know we've addressed that, but this is why I wanted to see this, so that if a complaint did come in from a rural part, then at least if they got enough of them, the staff would have the ability to go out and do something, or at least have a conversation around it. No one says they're going out heavy guns ablaze and writing out tickets for everyone. I think that that's not what the intent of this is. The intent is to give the staff the ability to address the issues when they come up.
Reeve King.
Sorry, I guess I feel a little bit responsible for where we ended up. I just have problems with the vagueness, and that's what I was trying to get at. And I think the conversation that we've had, from my point of view, has been instructive to me as to why maybe we have it here. And so, I mean, I'm ready to say if the rest of council is happy with where it's at, I'm prepared to move on with the conversation. And so, I just thank you for helping out.
Oh, Mr. Hogan, sorry.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. One of the aspects here, you know, this is a bylaw. It does have, once it's approved by council, it is in place. That being said, it can be changed going forward after that. So there is the ability. Right now, what we've said is that our direction from council, our philosophy on running the enforcement, this portion of the enforcement program, is that it's on a complaint-driven process. If council was to go forward with something like this, and we see an influx of what we deem would be frivolous complaints, administratively, we can bring that back to you and say, you know what, the resources required to deal with this, like if every passing motorist is complaining about every property they go by, saying, you know what, that's tying up way too much time, or council needs to add more resource to address that. We can always bring that back to you as a bylaw amendment to say, hey, we need to, this is what we're finding out there, and we need to do that. So I'm not saying that's the route you have to go, but it is an option out there available to you. If we do find that like I said, we're getting an influx of what we would deem frivolous complaints, and I mean, part of it is under this, we could just not deal with them. Right now, when we do get a complaint of pretty much any sort, we are deploying a resource to go check out that complaint. A peace officer or whoever is going to take a look at it. So we, you know, that practice we do now. Might this increase it? It might. You know, as we see those things, go on. If it did become a burden, or if that was chewing up way too much of our time, there's another discussion that comes back there, is we either need to add more resource, or we need to change it to require less resource.
Okay.
I guess we move along.
Okay. I just want clarity on part 4, number 10, though. So when we added the motor vehicles, if you put a number on it, like right now, number 10 is our out for ag properties. If you put a number on it, then people will start counting and will, like, then there is no discretion on that, I guess, is what I'm saying. So just as a note. Okay, so moving on. So enforcement process, and so I think this is ties into what Mr. Hogan has alluded to, is that the legal had suggested that we change this part of part 7, number 18(1). So investigation and determination. So enforcement officer or the designated officer will have discretion to investigate any complaint or potential breach of this bylaw where it deems warranted, may conduct an investigation of the condition of the property or the nature of the complaint. So this talks to those frivolous complaints. It also, we had originally put in will conduct an investigation, which is very will and shall, but legal is saying, no, like you might not, we know that property and we're not even gonna do an investigation. We know, and we're not gonna act on it. We already know that. That's something that we have that in here, and that's legal's suggested wording on that, so that we move that to a may. And then, continuing in here, so number 23 is violations. And that was just legal wording. We added Agricultural Pests Act in here and other legislation. And then then you go on to the clarity on issuing the orders. So number 2 is changed or added. An owner or person who receives an order may by written notice request a review of the order under the section of the MGA within 14 days of the order received. They suggested not putting the municipal council just because the 2 orders are different orders. When we talk about, because a stop order needs to be taken out because that's directly for the land use bylaw and not for us, we are remedial orders. And so we took out that order, or that wording in there. And then we also took out number 3, but we added number 25. Notwithstanding sections 21 and 22 of this bylaw, nothing shall preclude the county from immediately taking action under section 23 or 24 in relation to any violation of the bylaw. So it doesn't handcuff us saying that we can't go ahead and enforce the MGA for dangerous property, and we don't have to wait to do that. So that's in there. And then county costs, so there was just a note on that he had made sure that so despite the clause of the county being able to recover the costs through court, there may be costs incurred by the municipality, and full recovery is not always the case, is what not usually the case, was his comment. And then number 10 was just a general hearing appeals of orders. And so under the MGA, there's, you can hear the appeals and they come to council for the hearing. So council is restricted in its ability to delegate powers to hear these requests for review of remedial or dangerous property orders issued. Council may, through this bylaw, create a council committee specific to these. However, it must be council and not the SDAB or another body. However, council may just hear these and not create another specific committee. So kind of, if we do get an appeal of a remedial order, it would have to come back to a council meeting, is basically what this is saying. So just so you know. And then the fines have been increased, reflecting, I can't remember whose, Red Deer counties, I think. And so our next step on this bylaw would be to take it to, take the committee of the whole's direction today and update any suggestions that you have, and then depending on those changes, come back to a council meeting if that's what you so determine. Internally, community peace officers and planning department continue to work on these files as it is now with our daily processes and procedures. Our capacity to enforce these files is dependent, though, on council's expectations, and right now we definitely are a little bit, we're not going out to find work. We've got enough. Yeah, and that's about it. So our recommendation is that council adopt the updated unsightly premises bylaw, and then of course it would be to take to a council meeting, if that's what you so choose.
Councillor Phillips.
I would make the motion that the committee of the whole recommend that council adopt the updated unsightly premises bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there any discussion? I guess I'd like to start a little discussion on, I see dangerous property means any condition on a property which which in the opinion of the designated officer may create or constitute a danger to public safety. So could somebody expound on that a little bit for me? I mean, are we trying to protect trespassers here, or what is it that where we're going?
Dangerous properties, I think it's more under, in a reflection to the MGA, under 546 there, remedying dangers. So, yeah, it's a danger to public safety. I'm not sure.
Example?
An example?
Out loud?
Well, we're fixing a problem, which is, I guess, there is a problem there someplace. But are we fixing the problem, or are we creating a whole new gambit of problems?
Dangerous property we can enforce under the MGA. A dangerous property would be that property that has collapsed or partially collapsed and is a danger to public. So if it collapses anymore, it might fall on a street. People might go into that building and scavenge and then fall on top of the people, like even though it's on private property. So that's a dangerous property. Fence, you might have to fence around it. And I think I used that example last, just because it was public, that property in Horseshoe that had partially collapsed. And that was a dangerous property that needed to be remedied right away.
I can see this when you're living in an urban setting, because even if you put up a sign saying no trespassing, private property, yes, this means you, it just gets ignored. So we're protecting people that ignore.
Yeah. From their own foolishness.
I don't know, I just have a real problem with this, but regardless of, it's still, is there any more discussion before I call the question? Go ahead, Councillor Forbes.
Would it be specific if you wanted to make it for a hamlet, for the dangerous property definition? Could you include a hamlet? Is that what you're looking for? So it's more hamlet-based as opposed to rural?
Well, I think if it's a bylaw, and what we're doing is trying to incorporate ag land into a bylaw that is already hamlet.
Yeah.
Like we're incorporating both of them. We're trying to make it even, whereas there is no such thing as even, in my view. Go ahead.
I was just going to comment on that. Dangerous property is a separate, like to me, if it doesn't matter where it is, if it's a dangerous property, it needs to be addressed. We have had that with, when we had the flooding, for example, we had a house that was basically had moved off the foundation a bit. There was a lot of mold, those types of things. So there was a safety code order put on that house because it was too dangerous to be in. And so we do have some of those. I can see where contamination, we would not take the lead, but it would be something where maybe we would be involved with the enforcing department, probably environment in the case of contamination, where we would make sure that setbacks or those types of things were met, proper signage. We have had one where there was a demolition of a property that remained a hole for a very long time, and we had to get them to fence it to keep the public out of it. So those are some of the things that I can see where it shouldn't matter where it is. If it's a risk, somehow dangerous, it needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Reeve King.
I know, you're reluctant to allow me this opportunity.
No, I'm not.
So, again, this is another one where I'm sure if I said, all of you think of a specific property, we could probably all come up with one that would be the same in our minds that we would consider to be a dangerous property that's rural in Neil County and is absolutely a blatant example of a dangerous property. Are we prepared to use the MGA, to use the clause dangerous property, and perhaps do enforcement, because that's what will be required. And the question I'm asking is, are we, if we pass this bylaw, and in my mind, that is a dangerous property, are we prepared to move forward?
Councillor Cunningham.
So in the property that we may or may not be speaking of, I know I had a comment from ratepayers that were very concerned about said dangerous property, that there was a lot of illegal activity and perhaps folks in the neighborhood that they wouldn't really like to have in the neighborhood, and there was a lot of stealing and thieving going on, in their words. So yes, I am 100% willing to go forward with that, and I think it gives us the ability to work in conjunction with our RCMP officers to deal with those properties. So yes, I'm 100% willing to do that for the safety of our ratepayers.
Councillor Penner.
So those properties are now covered under the unsightly premises. So, like, it's a sad world we live in when I'm having to be told or dictate to what I can do with my aging buildings on my property, which is private property. And I do hear what the Deputy Reeve is saying there, like, when it comes to the dangerous properties, are we, once again, we're looking after the criminal in my world when I read this.
Reeve King.
So, as far as I read this unsightly premises bylaw, we have made an exclusion for buildings of historical significance and community significance. So there is an exemption there for those types of properties that would be considered of significance from a historical perspective, and whether that's an individual farm historical perspective or that's a community perspective. I can think of several amazing old buildings in Neil County that are derelict, but because of their attachment to the history of that community, there's no way I would want those torn down. Are they perhaps risk involved with people accessing that building without permission? Yes, there is. But would I still want us to do enforcement and ask them to be fenced or boarded up or whatever? The answer is no. However, I can think of other properties that are in Neil County that are not necessarily of any historical significance, but are dangerous. And they're dangerous because of the condition that those properties are in. And so really, to me, Councillor Penner, the question becomes not of historical significance so much, and there is some risk to those buildings. However, they're not a dangerous property as such. However, if they get to the point where I can think of two that were just taken down recently where you no longer could go to the upper floor in any sense of safety. And if you were trespassing and fell through, I guess the person who would have to make a decision about whether that building stayed or went is the owner of that, and whether they're willing to take the liability risk of having someone injured on that property. And to me, I'm never ever going to say we should be telling someone what to do with that building that was their grandma's or their grandpa's or whatever, even if it's in an isolated location. They have to take the risk in terms of the liability associated with that. But there are properties that we have in Nehill County that are absolutely in a state of disrepair that they are dangerous to people. And so what do we do with those properties? And how do we address them? And I mean, that's the dilemma that we're talking about here, right? Is some of them are in our hamlet, some of them are not. And so what do we do? And again, that's why I asked the question, if we pass this unsightly premises bylaw or refer it to council to be passed by council, are we prepared to actually take action where it's required?
Okay, we have a motion before us. Is there any further discussion to that motion? Okay, so how does the motion read, Ms. Vanderkool? If you could bring that up so that, there we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a motion that the committee of the whole recommend that council adopt the updated unsightly premises bylaw. We've had some fulsome discussion. One last chance. Is there anyone wants to have any more discussion, or shall I call the question? 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Gonna call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Yeah, it's carried. Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Grassfield, Ms. Hazelton. I know we requested this information of you, and I know then we sometimes dance around in circles and all that kind of stuff. So I just want to say I appreciate it, and I appreciate the background work for the other municipalities. So thanks so much for all the work you've both done and your staff.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna have a break.
Can I just
Okay.
comment on that? Sorry, just from, and it's hard because sitting at this table, we come from different aspects of the county. Some of us are in ag, some of us in a hamlet, some of us from acreage, like it's, and that's what's great about it, council, a 7-member council. All that discussion comes forward, so thank you for the discussion.
Go ahead, Councillor Christie.
Just a comment that I appreciate that it's an evolving policy that if it doesn't work, we can come back and change what we need to change. But it gives us a place to start, so I appreciate that.
All righty. I've heard that we're gonna have a recess, so 10 minutes, I guess, should probably suffice. agenda item is 2.2, the 2024 Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan.
I'm surprised they stayed.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us here. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the work that Jenna Kester has done on this. She was a big part of helping us go through all the information and put this together. So thank you, Jenna. With that, I will get started into some of the background here. Computer's slow, so it might take a second. There we go. So at the February 20th Committee of the Whole meeting, administration brought forward a discussion on Horseshoe Canyon, the associated 2019 master plan, which was approved in principle, the 2021 focus group recommendations, and the past and current activities and improvements that have occurred at Horseshoe Canyon. Based on the information provided by council at this meeting, administration has amended the master plan to incorporate the details as we understood them. The attached 2024 master plan was designed to include an actionable 5-year implementation plan with a 20-year vision for the site. The 2024 Horseshoe Canyon master plan is a collaboration of the 2019 master plan, the 2021 focus group recommendations, and council's direction through the committee of the whole discussions. Once approved by council, the 2024 Horseshoe Canyon master plan will provide administration with the direction needed to bring forward initiatives that support council's vision for the site, as well as council's strategic plans for the county. So the purpose of this presentation is to present council with the potential opportunities for the future of Horseshoe Canyon for discussion and for council's future approval. I will note in our layout initially, we do have one of the very first pages missing is there is intended to be a thank you and acknowledgement of all of those who have worked on the past plans, the different companies that we've worked with, as well as the different staff. And so I will note that that is one page right off the bat that is missing from this document. And if at any point council would like to see us refer and look directly at the master plan document itself, we can switch over to that. For our presentation, though, I have prepared some slides just to summarize each section. So please let us know if there's at any point you would like to make that transition.
So within the executive summary, you'll find an introductory statement that will show and illustrate what the purpose of the master plan is designed to do. It will show alignment to Nehill County strategic plan. It will provide also an overview within the document of the market research and the needs assessment and the plan at a glance. And overall, it'll talk about the outcomes being the positive visitor experience, the economic benefit, and responsible management of the Horseshoe Canyon. And the plan will also go over the strategies that have been identified and a site plan overview map.
So in the introduction, it does review the planning process and the purpose. As you can see by kind of the timeline here, we're just at the end of the dark green section. There has been a lot that has come before, and there will be continued interactions as we move forward and as we bring the strategies back for council's approval through the budget process and through other means. So within the engagement process, there has been multiple surveys that took place in 2018 as well as the focus group committee that was made up of various stakeholders. And so this is all of the contributing data, and so that is included in that section, as well as there is an appendix of everything what we heard through in the document, as well as the full focus group recommendations is also an appendix in the document. So some site context details. This section highlights the location of the site in relevance to the larger urban centers, as well as to the local towns and attractions in Kneehill County. The following pages review the recorded history of Horseshoe Canyon as a recreation space and as it moved from private ownership into ownership by Kneehill County. Looking further into the existing site conditions, there is a map included with the land ownership, the municipal zoning, and marking the restrictive covenant. So you can see that there, that we've clearly highlighted what applies into what areas. So everything we own would be in the blue there. The restricted covenant has that additional lines across it. As well as what is zoned private agriculture and what belongs to the Nature Conservancy. Oh, sorry. And then as well, we review some of the current visitor amenities and attractions, as well as some of the different items that we've implemented there. Further into the existing site conditions, we go over an existing trail map, the existing utilities to the site, the ecological resources and resource zones, the historical resources, including a noted change from the original master plan, or from the 2019 master plan, would be the discovery and continued excavation of paleontological resources by the Royal Tyrrell that has affected that status and increased it to a significant site. So, as well as then the visitor and activity impacts on the site, such as the erosion and just general foot traffic and such. So,
within the economic development section, you will find the linkage to the various plans. So you'll see the linkage into Alberta's economic development plan within rural Alberta. It will review the co-opetition and collaboration that is amongst Travel Alberta, Indigenous Tourism, Destination Canada, and Travel Drumheller, more locally. And then also within Kneehill County's local and regional planning and policy direction documents. So the municipal development plan, the land use bylaw, and the restrictive covenant within there. The tourism and recreation master plan. Also within the Travel Alberta's tourism development zone, so the Canadian Badlands zone that Kneehill falls within. And you'll see Drumheller's destination development plan that started a couple years ago with what's happening with that surrounding region around Drum and the affiliation and alignment within Kneehill County. You will also be referred to the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan because there's some linkages there on, particularly with their friends, like we're trying to do with the Friends of Horseshoe Canyon. You'll see that they talk a little bit about some of that. The Destination Canada Federal Tourism Growth Strategy, there's alignment within there to do further attraction, to bring visitors into Canada. And then, of course, that Indigenous component through Indigenous tourism and what they're trying to achieve through their action plan. Within the target markets and market expectation, you will find the personas that Travel Alberta has aligned with. So it talks about what they expect and what their requirements or expectations are when they come into a community. It will also review some of the existing visitation that they have been watching those trends for the last several years and the number of vehicles coming in to the area. And it will also show a breakdown of the number of visitors that are coming from Canada and from Europe, so that you can see the demand and where they're coming from. And also those stakeholder desires on some of the amenities and, I guess, accommodations and experiences that they wanted to experience while visiting the canyon area. And within those target markets, you'll see that there's the hotspot hunters and the curious.
Councillor McGee, you had a question.
Thanks. So I want to ask it while
Sorry
we're
to break
still
in.
there. Under your existing visitation, you have your yearly total counts. How do you come to those numbers for the vehicles? Is that based on what you had during the high season and then averaging out? That would be, I'd like clarity on how those numbers came about.
So those would be the complete totals for the year. So vehicle counts from our counters coming into the site, combined with, that would be where the vehicle comes from. And then the people is a combination of the vehicles as well as some of our foot traffic counters going to the lookout point there.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you for additional clarification. I just want council to understand that those totals are only during the operation season. We are not a four-season establishment as of yet, and therefore the greater potential has not been indicated because it would be very hard to estimate at this point.
Okay, Councillor Foltz.
And of the numbers of vehicles that are there, does that include the day when we do long table? Because that's going to make a huge difference as well with the amount of foot traffic we have when we did long table and the market out there. Did those numbers include those numbers?
It would, yes.
Okay.
For those days, I believe it was around, in that 700 to 1,700 vehicle count. It depends on which market and which day, so.
Okay,
Okay, all right.
thank you.
So again, just on the target market, the ones that Travel Alberta is really focusing on was those hotspot hunters and the curious adventurers. And it talks about just some of the attractions that they're looking for in terms of lookouts and viewpoints, trails, whether they're guided or just self-exploration, and just that they're outdoor enthusiasts, so any opportunity that they can to get out and explore is something they're looking for. And then those program personalities where they're looking to become informed or educated about the area and the geography. So within the accommodation piece, it's actually a big focus that Travel Alberta is pushing on, that there is a shortage of accommodation stays, particularly boutique or higher end. But overall, all accommodation is quite low within Alberta. So here they talk about that there's some RV parks and there's 2 to 3 star hotels and motels within nearby activities and attractions through Horse Thief Canyon and the Dinosaur Provincial Park. And they just also talk about some promising practice destinations that you can look to emulate and refer to for some inspiration and vision through what's been happening in Arizona, Utah, and Iceland. So there was a SWOT done on the destination as well, and overall the Horseshoe Canyon's main strengths are its location. It's easy to access from Alberta's population centers, and it's also en route to the existing Royal Tyrrell. On the weakness, the landscape is the biggest weakness for tourism development on the site, given the fragile nature of the landscape and the potential for weather extremes and seasonality are all risks that would need to be mitigated. And within the opportunities, there's many significant opportunities to expand and diversify those day uses, improve amenities on the site, and provide those overnight experiences where that economic development impact really occurs, as well as to cross-market the site with other destinations within the area. The threats that were noted are changes in provincial and municipal politics, changes in funding opportunities, and potential to focus the site around conservation rather than tourism.
So looking into Horseshoe Canyon's future, this section describes what a vision for that and the region would be, focusing on the ability of the site to provide engaging, authentic, and memorable experiences for visitors. The unique selling proposition and role of the canyon in the region includes the close proximity to population centers and travel hubs, its location as an initial gateway point to the Badlands region and to Knee County, and the opportunities for diverse and immersive experiences, the blank canvas for establishing development in the area that's really tailored to those target markets. The guiding principles that were used to inform the preferred future design for the site and may also be used as a guide to ongoing development and management of the canyon include being iconic, differentiated, and market-driven in the plan, creating diverse experiences, leveraging the natural asset of the canyon itself, creating inclusive experiences, the gateway experience, as I'd mentioned, to both the Badlands and to Knee County, the connectivity that it provides within that experience to the bigger Badlands region and Knee County, implementing increased access, creating a sense of place and maintaining that, complement and integrate with the adjacent lands around the property, the sustainability of the site and preserving the natural ecological resources there, as well as ensuring a reasonable return on investment within any of the strategies that we would implement. Potential visitor experiences based on a variety of considerations and the target market profiles are listed in this section, along with a map of potential development areas. Getting into the strategies themselves, these strategies will provide measurable implementation to achieve the overall objectives listed in order of priority. The focus group had implemented this structure as a way to prioritize the development of the site. The order of the occurrence of any of the below strategies can and may change based on the availability of interest of funding and investment opportunities. So the initial strategies are ones for consideration, either ongoing, continual, or within the next 5 years. These are items that we may already be doing. And are generally an overall standard for the canyon and can provide direction to other activities. Secondary strategies, if there's space, budget, time, availability, other interests, and completion of the initial strategies. Long-term items that would still be up for consideration but may require some third-party involvement. And then additional strategies for future consideration, long-term items that would still be up for consideration at any point in time, but may require that third-party involvement and investor outside opportunity to present itself in order for implementation.
So just to do a breakdown of these initial strategies, the first one is to ensure all operations protect the natural ecology of the canyon, and to enhance the brand recognition by utilizing an approved brand and logo, and implement for wayfinding and promotion in advertising and merchandise. And below there, you'll see some of the initial branding that was created for consideration. There's also, number 3 is to increase and align signage for information and wayfinding throughout the canyon. And they've given just an example of what that could potentially look like. To also integrate and collaborate with the Nature Conservancy of Canada and other adjacent landowners and how we would go about that. And one of them would to be establish a voluntary Friends of Horseshoe Canyon group for the ongoing stewardship.
Continuing with some of the initial strategies, we do have implementing a visitor pavilion with washrooms and other amenities
This is something that has been identified as a priority and will be looking at through that feasibility study that has been approved for this year, and how we move forward with that in securing plans, funding, and all of that will come back to council for approval.
Councillor Forbes, please. Sorry.
So if we're putting in a pavilion, how many months of the year will it be used for? Because I've had this question at our last ratepayer evening.
Absolutely. The intention with any site like this and of the plan in general is to try to make year-round activities and to lengthen that season. That is a strategy that Travel Alberta has identified, and as well as ourselves. Within the plan here, we do have some options and opportunities for winter season activities, shoulder season activities, things that we can do, especially if we do have a center like this to facilitate those out of, then that opportunity allows itself. As of right now, there is no warm space at the canyon to even try to host any winter activities. So, but yes, it is an opportunity that we're exploring and looking for, and is one of the strategies to lengthen that season.
Mr. Gannon, and then I'll, Councillor Petter.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to express that the feasibility study is solely in council's package of decision-making as partnership, type of facility, how it's constructed, if it's going to be a seasonal facility or if it's going to be a four-season availability. So all those partnership and all those conversations and questions will come when it comes back to council for consideration, as we'll have a greater understanding of that impact or potential programming for that. This basically says that we're looking at it. We're going to bring the information back to council for consideration and understanding of which direction they choose to go.
Councillor Petter.
I was just going to add more to that, because back in 2019, and I found some of my sticky notes where we identified we want it to be at 365 days a year, and I think it came out of the focus group too, that we need a facility that is the 365, because it is a unique location at different times of the year, and it would be nice for us to be able to accommodate that.
Okay.
Okay. So then the next strategy would be continuing with the parking fee collection and explore some automated collection options. Looking at those as an opportunity to, as we implement more activities and more programming on the site, we already are utilizing the staff that are there for parking when they are slower, when they're not collecting fees. They're acting as, we quote unquote call them our park rangers, and they're checking trails, they're doing garbages, washrooms, they're helping to facilitate that front-facing customer service to the visitors to the canyon and provide them with information on the region, on what Horseshoe Canyon has to offer. One of the things that they noted this season was that they were continually getting asked what plants were there at the canyon, and so we've given them a rudimentary education in what's what there, and so that they're able to pass that information on to curious visitors. So that would be where this parking fee collection could potentially evolve to. And so then continuing into with the last of the initial strategies, so continued trail development and enhancement and maintenance within and around the perimeter of the canyon. So we have, through the maps included there, identified where our existing trails are, where there are some foot trails, and then where there's an opportunity for us to build some additional trails that would be the canyon top trail that's a little bit more accessible, as well as some more maintenance and maintained trails throughout the bottom, just to mitigate the impacts of the visitors to the site that they're having through the, basically it's a free-for-all through the majority of the canyon, and we wouldn't be looking initially to restrict that, but we would be looking to try to find a strategy that would focus on some main locations that people could travel.
Can I just comment?
Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I just love what I hear. I drive by the Hoodoos a lot, and I think it's a shame what's happening at the Hoodoos in the hillside. So I think we need, this is to go, we need to jump on that sooner than later so that we are educating the people. Because it does upset me what's happening at the Hoodoos.
So then the next strategy would be to continue to enhance the multi-use market and event spaces and implement furnishings, fixtures, and amenities throughout the sites. So looking at, we're already working on some of those shade structures, additional benches, picnic tables, potentially some type of playground unit, as well as we already have in the works the addition of some electrical utilities for the site there for events to be held at the kind of market space slash long table site there on the southwest corner of the site. And then the final initial one we have on here is to continue to actively manage visitors and visitor use of the canyon through on-site ambassadors. So that would be utilizing those staff on site as well as taking any educational opportunities that may present themselves, and if needed, if the visitation continues to grow, that we look at strategies for enforcement and to try to mitigate so that we don't see the damage that some other sites have seen.
So into the secondary strategies, there's a few noted here. One would be to consult and develop an area structure plan for future development. And that is going to come out as part of the feasibility too. If that is something viable and feasible to pursue, we would be looking into that. Even though it's noted as a secondary, it may come out of some of the primary activities that are happening. And then also to attract those target markets that we talked to previously to the canyon, especially as product becomes more developed out. Within there, on number 13, there's also that ability to encourage private sector opportunities that would ensure a reasonable return on investment for the county. So again, those are going to be some things that will come out as we go through that feasibility study. There is already some kind of ongoing interest already on what's happening in the canyon and when future development could happen. So there is definitely already interest being piqued.
So then continuing into those secondary strategies would just be collaborating with nearby regional tourism locations, as well as strengthening the focus of Indigenous relationships and history and develop relationships with Indigenous leaders. And then the final kind of additional strategies would be allowing a diversity of overnight experiences to be implemented and operated by a third party. So this would be where we're looking at some of those comfort camping as well as some unique tenting opportunities that were very detailed outlined in the previous plan, and we've moved it more to this is a strategy that we look at, and the specifics, depending on the proponent and who would be involved, would be brought forward to council for their consideration and approval. So the last part of the plan, it contains all of the appendixes, so copies of the restricted covenant, as well as the different information that pertains throughout, just to give that background. So the master plan shows potential actions aligned with the above strategies as items that may come forward to council for future deliberation. The implementation plan includes a potential timeline for these strategies and actions, and it may differ depending on many environmental influences. Like I said, the final part of the plan is dedicated to the appendixes. And so then what's next? Once the final edits through the Committee of the Whole's recommendations have been completed, either today or it can be brought to another Committee of the Whole meeting, administration will bring the final draft to council for review and approval. With an approved Horseshoe Canyon master plan in place, administration will be able to utilize it to provide direction for initiating future projects and budgetary items to bring forward to council.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the team for, going through the amount of work that they've done to try to present this opportunity back to council for consideration. The other part of this plan is that this is a visionary plan in nature, and the environment can change significantly, which is why we put those options within the plan of we can do the work or we can invest or attract investors to do the work for us. So there's multiple strategies within this, and this will not be the last time you see anything with Horseshoe Canyon, as those individual projects or strategies will create projects to come forward for council's consideration and approval. If it's going to cost us money, council is going to see it. If it's going to change our service level, council is going to see it. But the plans or the projects coming forward to council will be aligned with what you see today unless council makes some amendments and changes. So I just want council to be reassured that those additional proponents within the plan are still going to be heavily under consideration for council.
Councilor Phillips.
So as I was going through this, I found the Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group recommendations that was provided to the council on April the 20th of 2021. And I noticed that the committee believes that all decisions about the initiative should be assessed using the following questions. There's 3 of them. How much of those 3 questions are you using on a constant basis when you're making this plan? I can give you the questions if you want. It's not on a page. I found it separately. But here's the 3 questions.
Was that from the original presentation?
No, it's from the Horseshoe Canyon Focus Group recommendations. And there are 3 questions. The first one says, does the initiative preserve the spirit of the place at Horseshoe Canyon? And does the second one is does the initiative sustain and protect the natural state of Horseshoe Canyon? And the third one is the initiative economically and financially feasible and sustainable over time?
Yes. Yes, I did find those, so those are in the appendix on page 147. And so those are considerations that we have used throughout this plan and throughout the planning generally. And so, yes, I would say that we have implemented that.
And I think moving forward as well, especially as we go through that feasibility study, those will be top at mind as well. So we'll make sure that we incorporate that into that feasibility study project.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just because we have people that have decided to come out and help us with this, I want to make sure that the things that they put into their recommendations are being addressed. Or why are we asking the public for input then, right? And so one of the questions I got at the ratepayer evening was around those 3 questions, so I had to go find it.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you.
Oh, Councilor McGee.
Further to that, I think what I'm hearing is there might be room for us to say that council would like to adopt that as opposed to the committee believes? Is it that maybe we as a council say we want this to be the overarching considerations? And do we want this document to reflect that that's council's choice as well as to, so it being a suggestion as opposed to council's expectation, that's a different vocabulary there that I think is what you're trying to bring emphasis to, right?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. As this plan comes forward, we're hoping that we captured the essence and the spirit of all those focus groups, many conversations with council, and the emblance of what Nehill County wants. Our understanding is when the plan moves forward, it's our sole document that we're going to be utilizing bringing forward as we feel that the focus groups, initiatives, or conversations are captured within the document. If council does not feel that those have been captured well enough, we're more than willing to listen and see on how we can better that for council's understanding. Within those 3 questions specifically, if we look on page 6 of the actual document, alignment to Nehill County's strategic plan. Those items which were represented by Councillor Phobes seem to be embedded in actually council's strategic plan of really being, including that we build robust and adaptable economy that maximize the quality for life recreationally, and that we're taking care of basically the environmental changes, partnership, and financials. So it does encompass it in there, maybe not as such soft or elegant way, but I believe the essence of the document does capture the multiple perspectives that we've received. But if council wishes us to move in a more direct way of what that focus group did, we can adapt the document. That's hopefully we can find where we can put that in for council for consideration, or if council feels that the document really represents that that focus to those groups.
Councillor McGee?
I want the document to more clearly reflect that council's expectation is that all decisions would be assessed through those following questions. So I'm not sure where that belongs, but I trust you guys will find a way to amend this document to show, and that's if we pass it. This is my suggestion. I'd like to suggest that we ask council if this is what they would like to use as a filter. It's just a little bit more direct about the specific concerns of the whole project.
Through the chair, I think just maybe one recommendation, just so that maybe it is very upfront, is we actually include it in the executive summary as well, in addition to here, so that those questions are emanated and very prevalent throughout the whole document.
Councillor Cunningham?
So this might not be a question that we can answer, but I'm just wondering if we've heard anything from the province on their stance on perhaps some funding that would come our way. I notice on page 36 of the booklet that you gave us, they talk about Alberta's Economic Development and Rural Alberta Plan from 2022 and their initiatives that they're kind of focusing on. And it was just funny timing. I received an email yesterday where the headline is Premier Eyes New Tourism Development. Unfortunately, they're speaking more to the larger urban centers, but I'm hoping maybe her eyes will be focused a little bit on rural Alberta as well. But just curious, do we anticipate, have we had any, I know some of us have been at different events, has anybody heard anything about potential Alberta funding dollars coming our way for this type of project?
So through the chair to Councillor Cunningham, I actually just met with Travel Alberta this past week, and they've just started up a new steering committee to kind of revitalize that Badlands. We're not calling it the Canadian Badlands, but the Badlands Tourism Development Zone. And they are working on some marketing initiatives right now to amplify into that area, and they're driving that themselves. But yes, they've also indicated that this is a hotspot. So without being so direct to say, yeah, there's going to be money coming, there is a lot of focus on this plan coming out, and it's on their radar. So I do believe that there will be some future opportunities for sure for funding.
And we already have been the recipient of some provincial funding from that through the Small Community Opportunity Grant for our feasibility study.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I want to add to some of the conferences I've been at as well. We've had some significant conversations with the province that they've actually changed their program a little bit to the message that we've been providing as a council, as you've been providing as a council and we've been relaying back. For example, agricultural tourism, how are we making sure what's in it for us? That type of aspect is there's a greater outreach than just the TDZ. There's the impact outwards, and how are we supporting that? So the province has been listening to us, and they have made some adaptations to their presentation and their marketing aspect of this. And the problem that we have with this situation is that economic development has no boundaries. So as plans get implemented, the overarching effect to that is compounding outwards. So how far do they go? And right now they want to start with the redirection of people from other zones, like the mountains, to areas that they want more concentration for tourism, which is those TD zones like the Badlands. So we do believe that there will be some mechanism in place. What that looks like, we're going to be exploring through the feasibility study to start with. And they've also pointed out they do have investors that are at the door waiting, and that's their words.
Councillor Cunningham?
Just to follow up, I appreciate your comment on economic development has no boundaries, except the boundary for me is always money. So to that famous movie quote, I'll always come back to the government and say, show me the money. So I hope we hear something from them sooner rather than later.
Councillor Forbes?
A couple more things I got when we were at our ratepayer evening. One, the residents of Mehill County, not our urbans within us, are wondering, could they get the parking pass for free, since they are the taxpayers of that particular spot, is one of the things that they had asked. I said I would bring it forward. The other one is, and I'm not sure how we're gonna do it or implement it, is how are we implementing getting people from Horseshoe Canyon back into Mehill County? Because the question I keep getting is we're gonna put money out there and it's just gonna slide down the hill to Drumheller. So buy-in from our people that pay the tax in here, whether that's industry or residents or farmers, they just wanna know what guarantees or what are you implementing that's gonna bring everything back this way? Because they don't see it going except down a hill.
So through the chair to Councillor Forbes, in the meeting that I had with Travel Alberta on the winter season marketing campaign, so that's going to kick off in January, I've also asked Travel Alberta and Travel Drum to come in and present those marketing campaigns as they're developed. So I was just mentioning to Mike and Kevin last week that we probably won't see that till the fall as they bring it together, but they're doing a full asset inventory as well. They're just refreshing that asset inventory. So it's also making sure that there is product, right? So we're going to be working on some different strategies with that over the time being. But when we developed that summer or winter campaign, we were looking for assets within those months within this county that are open, that we can direct visitors to, so that we aren't always sending them to other areas. So we're doing our best to do that, but that's a lot of work with businesses to make sure that they're open, that their hours are reflective of visitation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Well, it's not my fault. There you go.
I guess I just want to make sure that if we're about to spend money on this particular development, that our people that live here that are supporting this financially are being considered, that it's not sliding down a hill.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. I just want to express to council that all these projects will be coming back to council for consideration. So how those plans are developed and how that impacts the community and how those marketing strategies move forward are going to be a council consideration. We also want to understand that if we're attracting investors to the area and they're performing those actions, our return is basically on that financial business application and plan for that area. So the taxation would be the benefit. The resource they're providing to the canyon is the benefit. So it depends on where this plan moves and those opportunities come forward. there will be an overarching benefit back to the community. How that is presented and how that goes forward will all be dependent on those programs and how council approves them moving forward. I want to touch on the parking pass. Outside this aspect, we can review that and bring that back as a separate RFT for council to consider. But as far as the plan goes, it wasn't one of those items that we considered in plan, but it definitely can be an item that we bring back for consideration, should council wish.
Reeve King.
So I've been quite interested to hear the conversation and see where we're going with this. One of the things that I've noticed in conversations with lots of people in the county, and then in reading the next item, which is on our agenda, related to the economic development plan, we are never, ever going to make 100% of the people happy. And just reading the comments that's in the survey, within that economic development plan, there's people that rave about Horseshoe Canyon, there's people who rave against Horseshoe Canyon. There's people who rave against any kind of development within Kneehill County that's not ag, and there's people who are actively promoting, we look at other opportunities. The only way that we're gonna have money stay in Kneehill County is to have investment in Kneehill County. So if Horseshoe Canyon is going to become a contributor to the economy in Kneehill County, there has to be development there. And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be Kneehill County that does that development, but there has to be development there. So whether that's accommodation, whether that's food, whether that's whatever it is, it has to be located at the canyon, and it has to promote people staying in that location much longer than an hour or 2 hour hike. Otherwise, the money that comes in is all gonna, as Councillor Phobes has so miraculously put it, and it's so true, slide downhill, right? So if we don't have the development that's gonna cater to the needs of the people who are doing their recreation in that area, then they are gonna go somewhere else. And in general, in a rural municipality, it's our urbans within or around who gain major benefit from the traffic through. So unless we're gonna stop them and keep them at Horseshoe Canyon for an extended period of time, the money being spent in terms of retail and otherwise is not gonna stay in Kneehill County. And so that's one of the reasons why I really think that there needs to be a real strong look at how we keep them and how we get them to spend their dollars within Kneehill County with whoever we partner in that development, or whether we did it ourselves. Regardless, the way to get the investment to stay in Kneehill County is to build it in Kneehill County, and the way to get the retail dollars to stay in Kneehill County is to have that opportunity available in Kneehill County. And there's never ever going to be a guarantee that any of this is going to go forward or would work if it did go forward. But the question becomes is, do we have a vision for what we might like to see there, whether that's glamping or whether that's a pavilion or whether that's a market space of some kind that caters to our local producers, whatever that happens to be. Again, I keep coming back to this. The question is, as we as a council, are we prepared to invest in the future of Kneehill County by moving something like this forward? For me, the answer is yes, I think we have to. To do all the things that we keep saying to ourselves we want to make happen here in Kneehill County, we have to be prepared to do some kind of seed investment of some kind to attract and get partners to help us develop that location to be what we think it should be. And when I look at this, however many 100 pages of information that you've provided to us in the various documents that we have here, I think that as long as we're thinking about the three questions in terms of preservation of the site, but also we have to think about how do we further push the development so that we're doing exactly what we've been asking for here today, and what our ratepayers ask for is what's that giving back to Kneehill County. At this point in time, In terms of retail dollars, not very much. In terms of investment, not very much. But that's because we haven't had that investment in place for that to happen. And so it's always hard when you're at the front end of this, right? And that's where we're sitting, is at the front end.
Mr. Hogan, and then Councillor McGee.
Through Mr. Chair, just to build on some of the things that have been said, to just the parking aspect, that has been a conversation at least once by council, I think a couple of times. So as Mr. Gannon said, if the will of council is that you want to see us bring that RFD back, then we'll bring it back. If you don't, then we won't. But the past conversations on it were related to around not needing to differentiate between different individuals that show up, as in how do you prove somebody is a resident versus not when they're driving into the site. There's no resident pass, a lot of licenses and stuff don't have physical addresses, those sorts of things. The other component of that discussion in the past was that the parking attendants are not a 24/7 operation. So there are days of the week and there are times of each day when that site is essentially free because the staff are not in place to collect. So there's also site times and days when residents can make use of that site easier than traveling public that are not associated with a fee. So that's just history of past discussions of what's come out there. To the marketing component of it, I'd agree with what Reeve King has said in terms of, the goal of this plan is to give the roadmap or the marching orders to how we change the current state to become the future state that we want it to be. One of the cautions that I'd give are just in the terminology that I'm hearing and from, one of the conversations I had with a ratepayer at the ratepayers evening was along this line, but we've said it here today. The goal of development at Horseshoe Canyon to bring benefit back to the county is not to restrict or to end individuals from going down the hill to Drumheller, because that's an impossible goal. Is if you're coming to this area of the province and you are 10, 15 minutes outside of Drumheller, you're probably going. The goal is how do you keep them in Nehill longer? How do you advertise Nehill longer so that they are making stops along the way? And to that end, that's the marketing plan that Ms. Gerbrandt talked about. That's how do we advertise what is going on in the rest of the county that we get that back? How is the development at the county delivering direct revenues back, whether that's taxation, lease agreements, or whatever that come back to us? So that as we go through that, we use that terminology. I just want to be clear, the goal here is not to end everything going to Drumheller, because that's not going to happen. The second component of that is I don't think we want it to happen, is when we talk about the benefit to our urbans and stuff like that, which, yeah, if they're stopping at High Seas or Country Cousins in Linden, that helps Linden. If they're stopping at Busy Bee here, that helps down at Three Hills and Busy Bee. I'd take that a step further, though, is that when we look at it from a regional approach, when those businesses in the urbans are doing well, ideally we want businesses in the county to be doing just as well, right? But when those businesses in the urbans are doing well and those communities are sustainable and those communities are getting that benefit too, there's Nehill County residents that also utilize the services in those urbans. So if that tourism is providing a critical mass that business can operate in a Drumheller or in a Linden, that's a benefit to our residents too. And I don't know that we have a stat on it, but I would suggest that there's a number of people living in the county that work at those businesses in Drumheller, in Linden, in Three Hills, Acme, Horseshoe, wherever. And so when those businesses exist, that is a benefit to our residents too. So when we look at this, ideally we want to, we don't want to end the money going into those communities, but we certainly want to capture more of it in Nehill County, right? And so that's just as we look at this, it's not about ending those things. It's how do we take more of the pie, but still support a regional benefit, because there's the money coming to our coffers is a direct benefit. The economic activity in those businesses, jobs for our youth, for our residents, careers you'd go through, those benefit us too. Having some of those services available in those service areas You know, there's a number of people in Division 1 that Drumheller is their service area. So the amenities that exist in Drumheller are good for our residents too. Right? So it's just, as we look at this, it's just one thing to note in that conversation, I think.
Councillor McGee?
I'm excited to see this document. I must really believe that we need to take ownership of this asset and all that it could be. And by being a bit what I would call passive about investing or making things happen there, we have now seen even more benefit go down the hill into other regions. I believe that if we're not going to own it and take care of it and be actively part of developing this, we're going to just keep losing more and more. We cannot get that coming this way if we don't start doing things. I've had residents tell me they are very frustrated at how slow we're moving at making things happen there. I've had residents say, gee, well, and I brought it up. We made a news release as a council June 29th of 2020 that we were building washrooms. 4 years later, people are still disgusted and embarrassed when they see people come out of the washrooms. I have a problem with that. So there is a certain amount of concern about what dollars are being spent, but sometimes it takes spending money to have ownership and control over getting the money. So, you know, I really see this as nearly urgent because I am seeing the other areas really capitalize on this area, and I've shown you other examples of where other areas have utilized the Horseshoe Canyon to promote their own area. And the longer we take to say this is ours and we want to benefit from it, the more we're going to see the revenue going elsewhere. And it's just not in our residents' best interests not to have the revenue come here, and we can't do that if we don't start taking care of it.
Reeve King?
Well, Councillor McGee, you and I happen to be, again, on the same page, which I firmly believe that, as I said earlier, that we have to find a way forward at Horseshoe Canyon. And as a council, it starts with us. And so we, at this table, have to be committed to allowing our staff and our organization to look for those opportunities and bring them to us. And we need to be prepared at some point in time to say yes to making things happen. And so I hear your frustration about washrooms. As a user of Horseshoe Canyon, I can say they're not the most pleasant thing, true, but they're what we have at this point. And we have made commitment to Horseshoe Canyon over the years, and I think this plan that's in front of us, the redrafted plan that incorporates some of the suggestions from the focus group, looking at it from an economic development point of view, this is a signature location within Nehill County, and I think we have to capitalize on it. And so I look forward to having this finalized plan come back, and I look forward to putting some feet underneath it and getting it to walk forward and move forward.
Councillor McGee?
Changing subject dramatically to a detail. I also have spoken to quite a few people that live in the area, and they have noticed that we have the aspirations of having a path all the way around the canyon, and that is causing them great concern. So we need to be very slow-moving and careful about how we implement that. They are concerned that if there isn't, they really appreciate that keeping the longevity and preserving the area has really been happening because we have a designated space where people are parking. That's where they start doing their activities. Sure, there's a few people who wander off, but virtually we are giving the message, please stay within this area, and that gives better opportunity for the rest of the canyon to stay preserved. And they're suggesting maybe that should be the priority. They're really concerned that if you start using a full path, we're going to have people parking all over Nehow County in that area and causing troubles with them. So that's a detail that I want us to be sure to be very conscious of when we look forward on that particular aspiration. I also have to say, I had several people talk to me in the last couple of days saying that they understand that not everyone in the area is going to understand the importance of this, but these were people who are living right there saying this is important, and the more proactive you are, the better it will be for them as well. And so I really think that's a huge merit when the residents who are living near this asset value it and are asking us to consider valuing it and investing in it. That needs to have some merit.
Reeve King.
Oh, man. It's amazing to me how conflicting the desires of people are. It's a reality. That's what we deal with. We just dealt with that in a large and extensive conversation around a landfill. And the reality is, for Nehow County, we are going to have to do something regarding a landfill. Not everybody agrees with how that might happen, or where that might happen, or when that might happen. Horseshoe Canyon is no different. And I guess my understanding, if we go forward with the guiding principles that were outlined by that focus group, one of the things that would happen with any kind of development that's going to take place there, including pathways or anything else, it'll be a conversation with the people who are directly impacted and involved, and with our community as a whole. And so hopefully people understand is that we're just not going to go helter-skelter, willy-nilly, and do whatever happens to pop into our head, but it'll be a planned and consultative process that we go through. So, like I say, I think it's time that we start to do something there, and I think it's time that we try to move this forward. And so because of that, I'm going to suggest and make the motion that we request administration present the 2024 Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan with the amendments to council for consideration. And that's not to put a lid on any other discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. I'm going to open that up for any other discussion. I hear what everybody's been saying. And yeah, we got to get something done. So I don't know if we're waiting for the chicken to lay an egg, if we're waiting for the egg to hatch, or if we have a rooster here. Because it doesn't seem like we're moving anywhere. Yes, thank you very much for this presentation, because it does give us a map, but we have to do something. And whether that be the washrooms, whether that be an event center, I mean, if we can do an event center and have someone build some yurt camping, glam camping, by all means, but it all comes down to money. And do we have enough to get going? We could sure have enough to get going if the province was to help with their tourism plan, but I don't know. Councillor Penner.
Furthermore to that, if the province does get their act together with the tourism thing, we've got to be ready ourselves. So we need to have this plan in place and be happy with what we have. And with the understanding that it will be, certain aspects of it, as we go through it, it will be brought back to council to discuss. It's not, we're not giving you the go-ahead to do it all, it's just to implement, get this master plan in writing, to give you the go-ahead. And like, it's like any organization, you have to be ready when those grants come available. So, and I think in the last, since we started this, grants have come and gone, and we've missed them. So we need to move on with this.
Councillor Christie.
No, I appreciate that comment. With the rumblings of Alberta tourism, trying to move people out of the foothills or in the mountains, I think it's really important that we have something in place that they're gonna look at. If we don't have anything in place, they're not gonna look at us at all. So if we don't have some kind of, and I like this program or the presentation, but we need to develop something to get their attention for sure. And I think if we don't move, they won't move.
Mr. Gannon and then Councillor McGee.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want council to understand that this is also an outwards facing document. So its completion and adoption by council is really telling investors we're ready. And it puts the ability for administration to work with that and move forward with that. And we're going to be ahead of all those that don't have their plans in place. So I really feel that this will give us greater opportunity and great direction for administration and keep us accountable to what's moving forward in future years.
Councillor McGee.
I have two comments I wanted to make. First, I wanted to also just again emphasize the support that is out there. There are people who are trying to put together Friends of Horseshoe Canyon already, so I think they've been in contact with administration. They've been in contact with me, and they're not just from the immediate area. They're from other areas of our county as well. And so, and the one person said to me yesterday, there is some of us who are kind of really sad that this is even needed because they're feeling like we should have been on top of this better. Why does it take us to make this group for you to start moving forward? It's kind of their thoughts. And so just, you know, there's still that expectation.
Last comment. So if we can take about 5 minutes and confer and.
Sure, let's go with 10.
Okay.
Back at 11. Oh, We are online, okay. I apologize to whoever may be viewing. We had some technical difficulties and, or for the course, we went into recess just as that technical difficulty was being cleared out. So prior to going to recess, I do believe, Reeve King, you had a comment.
Yeah, I did. So thank you for that. So in our conversation, we seem to be going back and forth and back. And I guess it comes down to just the kind of question I'm always asking is where are we as council? So I hear comments like, yes, we do want development. And then I hear, oh, maybe we don't want development. And so that's why we don't have washrooms at Horseshoe Canyon. If you want to know the truth, we as council have never committed the money to put washrooms in at Horseshoe Canyon because we go forward and we go back. And so I guess really in light of this whole conversation, and I mean, there is a motion on the floor that we're still debating, but we need to have community support. People like Friends of Horseshoe Canyon are critical to moving forward here. And one of the reasons they're critical is we need the positive voices in the community to speak out. We can't always just hear the negative ones. So if the people who are supportive of Horseshoe Canyon are not prepared to stand up and say, we think something needs to happen here, then the voices we hear as council are all the ones that are saying, why are you doing that? You should never do that. Why are you bothering? What a waste of time and money. So there is support for Horseshoe Canyon within Nehill County. Those voices need to be louder than they are and have been in the past. So something like Friends of Horseshoe Canyon is critical. And it needs to be a group of people that aren't just immediately surrounding Horseshoe Canyon. It needs to be a much broader group. Absolutely, whatever we do at Horseshoe Canyon has to be of benefit to the people who live in that area as well. And I would hope that the ratepayers in Nehill County understand that there will be conversation with them as we move forward with this plan. However, we've said it here today, investment doesn't come unless there's a plan in place to draw that investment. When Trochu got their money for the Trochu housing, the question was, why Trochu? The answer is, Trochu's ready. If we're not ready, money doesn't come. And so we need to be putting in place for Nehill County a plan related to Horseshoe Canyon. And we're going to have a conversation around economic development here shortly. Same thing, if we don't have a plan, they're not coming. If we're not ready, no one is ready. So I think that from my point of view, and this is my point of view, I think that now is the time. We as a council need to decide, are we going forward or not? And if we are going forward, then we need to make the commitment that as we move forward, we will support different initiatives that are brought to us. We don't have to support them all, but we need to be prepared to support things that'll make things happen at this location. End of story.
Councillor Forbes.
And I'd also like to point out to everyone who's listening, the county also supports and maintains the Torrington Ag Society building. So we are invested in that. So I don't look at Horseshoe Canyon any differently than as a recreation area. Do I drive less to get there to do what I would like to do and to be outdoors? Or do I have to drive 2 hours to get to the mountains? That's at least a choice I can make for myself. So I am looking at this from a recreational aspect for what would benefit the people that actually live within our borders if we're going to move this forward.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I appreciated Councillor Penner's comments. I think the people need to realize that this is a plan, and we're not saying 100% this is exactly what's going to happen going forward. There's going to be more information. We always talk about money. Is the province going to open their wallet? We don't know that, but like you say, when they do come knocking at our door, we do have a plan in place, and then we'd go forward with that. Thanks, Councillor McGee, for clarifying. One of my questions I had here to ask was, I thought the Friends of Horseshoe Canyon already existed, so that was, again, a little bit late to the party, but so I'm happy to hear that that's because I think that was an initiative of the focus group. if that's correct. No, it was not? No, okay.
No, this is something that a resident has just decided, hey, we need to make
Okay,
this happen, so
excellent.
there's a voice for us. So that's just been newly done. It was
Okay.
a suggestion that the task force does.
Okay.
And that suggestion then was that we as a council would facilitate that happening. What I like is this organically happened amongst the residents without any involvement from anyone from county.
Perfect, okay, thank you for that clarification. And then the other question I just had, maybe for Mr. Gannon, we've done so many things in the last few months, so please just deal with my very clouded brain. The feasibility study that we are conducting or going to conduct, can you just tell me more about what we hope is going to come out of that study or the goals of that study? I just can't remember, honestly.
Thank you through the chair. The feasibility study is on an interpretive type of center or opportunity for Horseshoe Canyon. It's going to talk about different funding models, potential partnerships that's out there, and really explore with very overarching designs of what that opportunity is and potential costs for those opportunities. So it is not a full build out, nor is it being able to construct tomorrow, but it is a feasibility of understanding of the level of investment, opportunities that are potential, and the ability of council to make a decision if they want to move in these directions, depending on what circumstances are provided, as we wait for funding, as we look at the different models, and as we talk to investment. So it's really going to bring back an overarching opportunity to council to see visionary-wise, these are the type of facilities that are out there. This is the cost of the type of facilities. This is potentially what it could offer. Partnerships could be full ownership, partial ownership. There are many models out there on partnership that can be considered, as well as we could create it and lease it out to proponents. So those different opportunities and partnership levels or design and implementation will be brought back to council for future budgetary considerations and approval.
Do we have a timeline for that study?
We're hoping, we wanted to wait for the master plan to actually get put in place so they can understand the visionary aspect of this when they look at design criterias and feasibility, and ensuring that the province and different partners we're talking to, that we're saying, we're ready. We need you to move forward with this, and it kind of burns a little bit of fire under them to get them moving at the same time. So we're hoping by this budgetary season to have something, but that all depends on the environmental information that we can get back from the individual partners, as we do not want to provide an incomplete or unrealistic study back to council for consideration.
Okay, so we have a motion. Yes, Mr. Hogan.
Through Mr. Chair, just to come back to, there was a comment from Councillor McGee before the break around some facet of community support for anything we do out there, or I should say, maybe I'll rephrase that, not community support, but community amenity for anything that we do out there. So we would be looking for guidance from council on to what extent you want that as an amendment for the plan when it comes back to you. So the only caution that we would have administratively is the way the plan is structured right now is you see in it that there is there's a large number of parts of the plan that are like saying if there's a third-party investor, private development, stuff like that. So if we're looking at something like having a community space available, our ability to control that is really only related to things Nehill County does. Our recommendation would not to put it in there as an overarching thing, because we can't tell private development to do that, or we're really going to restrict the ability of private development to come into the site. So we can give an eye to that with county-led, anything county-led that we're doing. But I think our suggestion is not to make it an overarching, this is going to be a case, because we may find that we lose private partners if we do that.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's great. I agree.
Councillor Penner.
Just in the back of our minds, to keep it in the back of our minds, what they were thinking there is, to me, they would be able to have access to an educational room or something, whatever's in the main facility. If the design of that facility, we've got to really look hard at, and it should be open to the locals, in my opinion, for a meeting or whatever, if they get an organization going to. That could be part of the educational room that the students may use, or the general public, just something that's not accessed every day from the general public, but there is a room there for meetings to be held and things like that.
Mr. Gannon and then Ms. Constable Christie.
Thank you, Councillor Penner, for your comments. All that information will be brought back within the different proposals that we bring forward to council. And again, I want to reiterate what the CAO said. It's all depending on investment and who owns these facilities, on how they can be used or implemented. So if we do have an investor that's willing to build an interpretive center for their own operation, if it's yurts, glamping, or whatever in those areas, and that's part of their attractability, those are council considerations to really determine if they want to go on that partner or if they actually want to be the owner and turn it into something else. So that will be within those individual projects and programs for council's consideration. As previously dictated, or probably beyond the different funding models that are available and what the criteria within those funding models are going to require.
Councillor Christie.
I guess my thought with a community group, if it's a society, it's a whole stream of funding that we wouldn't have otherwise. Horseshoe Hall was built on that funding model, and it keeps the community involved in it.
Alrighty. Is there any other discussion? I think we've had some fulsome discussion. I think this plan that we are looking at, master plan, is really done well, a lot of detail, but we have to make sure that our action plan comes along rather quickly if we're going to do anything there. So anyway, we have a motion before us that the Committee of the Whole request administration present the 2024 Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan with recommended amendments to council for consideration. I don't believe we had any amendments. Yes, we did? Okay. Okay, so the 3 questions that are at the back of the book will now be highlighted at the front of the master plan. All righty, are we ready to vote? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sherlock. Thank you, Ms. Gerbrandt. I don't think you're going anyplace, but I'm thanking you for this. Okay, so our next agenda item, economic development, 2024-27 draft. Come on. Stay signed in here. Okay, I guess anytime you're ready, Ms. Gerbrandt. Okay, I gotta do something else here.
Hey, good morning, council. Okay. All right, so good morning. I'm here today to present the draft economic development plan for review and consideration by council. I should note that some of the data that's been presented in the plan, there's been some new findings, so I'm going to be giving an update throughout that as we go through the plan. But just keep in mind that this is draft, and there's still going to be some graphical things that will change as we move through the plan and as any changes are made as well. So just to give some background, I guess I should pull up the right one here on my notes. In 2023, administration received approval from council to develop the economic development plan aimed to foster sustainable growth and prosperity within the county. Tara Zeller, economic development consultant, was contracted to aid in the development of the 3-year economic development plan through data analysis and community engagement. Through this plan, Neho County aims to establish a framework that fosters opportunities to build a resilient and diverse economy. In turn, this will enhance the livelihood of its businesses and residents, making the county an attractive destination for investment and growth. The economic development plan aligns with the county's strategic plan, the 2019 municipal development plan, and the preliminary outcomes from the 2024 municipal development plan working groups, land use bylaw, and through open dialogue and engagement with stakeholders, businesses, residents, and council in the economic development planning process. The economic development plan, once approved by council, will guide the organization on the areas in which to focus. So for the purpose of this presentation, administration will present an overview and the highlights of the planning process and outcomes, and the 3-year strategic priorities, objectives, and outcomes. So unless you would prefer me go through page by page, if you're okay with a high-level overview, but I'm here to take your direction on how you would like that.
Councillor Phobes?
Can we talk about right under where it says energy? I'm struggling with the IE's renewable energy projects to supplement the growth. I struggle with this a little bit because I've heard very clear from our people.
On the energy.
That is not, right? We've heard very clear. When I look at that, I'm looking from a perspective of the strategic plan where we value ag land. I'm just not sure how these two go hand in hand when that statement's being put in there.
Okay, Kevin?
Mr. Gannon, sorry.
Through the chair, thank you very much. This plan details a lot of research and encompasses a lot of detail in the background. So we are not filtering any information for council. These are considerations for council. Should council choose that this is not an area that they want the county to pursue on economic development, it is council's, we would expect feedback from council to have that removed and then adapt the plan as such. That's one of the type of criteria that were worked in the back. We didn't want to pre-filter even though we had previous information in the background. But we did use statistical analysis. We did look at different markets out there, and we wanted to present every market that we felt was an opportunity for council for consideration and allow council to make that decision for us.
Okay, well, getting back to your question, Mr. Brandt.
Okay.
I think there was a consensus, if I'm not mistaken, that we just do the high-level overview, but if we get questions, we can get in depth into some of this stuff.
Okay.
So if that works for you, I'm sure that works for us.
Sure does. Okay, so I
And if
will,
it doesn't, we'll let you know.
that is just fine. I
All
look
right,
forward to the
okay.
questions. All right. All right, so to carry on, as I said, as we went through the 3-year economic development plan, it was looking at that sustainable growth and also considering some of the other opportunities that there are for council to consider. All right. In pursuit of economic development, of course, we respected the preservation of Neho County's agriculture heritage to ensure that it's carefully stewarded, ensuring a resilient, culturally rich, and economically prosperous future. So we moved forward on looking at the 4 key sectors that were identified in prior years of economic development. So we went with that momentum because those were sectors that were already identified and key for the county through various like land analysis, et cetera. So of course we looked at agribusiness, which really encompasses anything from agricultural processing, ag tech and innovation, and the county aims to capitalize on Alberta's status as a major agri-food exporter, right? Tourism, of course, now with the newly found master plan, which we're really excited to move forward with that. We want to ensure that we can leverage those proximity to the major centers, like we're situated quite nicely within the province, and developing those unique attractions to target tourism or visitors to the area. And we've also looked at wellness tourism and film industry investments as well. Energy, as we just had brought up, but you will see that there is some information in there on renewable energy as well for council to consider, and you can provide some feedback throughout the plan on that. Manufacturing and logistics, being that the county is in that strategic location and we do have easy access to major transportation corridors, it does make the county quite attractive for manufacturing businesses and logistics. So with that, 4 strategic priorities were identified. The first one is to build leadership capacity, strengthen existing businesses, enhance investment readiness, and elevate the county's brand. So those were the 4 key pillars. And then within that, we came up with 10 goals. So the first one was to increase awareness and understanding of economic development principles for elected officials, senior staff, businesses, and residents. Goal number 2 is to foster community stakeholder engagement and input to stimulate economic opportunities. Goal number 3 will be to support and inspire youth entrepreneurs and leaders to establish Neho County as a desired community to remain, return, and establish. Design and deliver a business retention and expansion program that initiates engagement between the county and the businesses. Encourage diversification and innovation in the industry sectors to stimulate economic growth and job creation. Achieve an intermediate to advanced investment readiness status to attract investments to drive growth. Develop a targeted investment attraction strategy by engaging the community. And then promote and elevate the quality of life to attract and retain residents, attract visitors, workforce, and business investments to the county. Identify and collaborate with regional partners and stakeholders to promote and amplify the region. And lastly, to continuously monitor progress and gather input to update the plan. So as we move forward, and I think Carolyn will move over to the plan now. So I've gone through the 10 goals there. Through the development of the plan, we made sure that we aligned with the current strategic plan. So this is outlined here within the document on page 5 of the county's mission, vision, and values. Give it a little bit of a, little bit of a background again with what I've already explained and who we retained and when we started the process of the economic development plan with Tara Zeller. And then its purpose, which I've highlighted already through the RFD. So I just want to go over a little bit of the process and the findings. I believe Tara Zeller had come back in the fall and she gave you the findings of the surveys that had gone out. They're also included as attachments within there, and I've got them up on screen if there ever is questions on them. But it started back in 2023 with a full document review. And when I started with the county in April, I had asked that we go through a more detailed review of some documents that I felt needed to be incorporated, particularly with like tourism partners, more rural development plans, things like that of that nature, so that we could find linkages and where we could build capacity and momentum within the plan. Oh my. Community engagement, that undertook between September and November, and that's where the big survey that was released through Tara Zeller. And you'll see in there that there were 77 businesses that had responded, but we also received input from 658 residents, 7 stakeholder organizations, and 3 regional partners, and input from council and staff to help drive that direction. The data was then analyzed from November to December, And that's when she had come to council and presented those findings. And then from January through to March, there was some effort put into the priorities and the action plan. And at that time is when I came in and I took a different approach at how we were looking at it. We found some different things we wanted to consider. So we expanded that into about April to early May by the time we actually completed the plan of what you see presented to you today. Okay. So the next few documents really just give, I wanted to illustrate some of the recommendations that had come from the strategic plan or the land analysis, all these strategic guiding documents, for recommendations for us to consider, especially for alignment within economic development or just key points that we needed to make sure that were brought forward into the plan. So when we looked at the strategic plan, we found, to build and maintain infrastructure to meet ongoing needs of county residents and businesses. We needed to identify and target lands for future non-residential development, building a robust, adaptable economy. These were all key things that came into consideration for the plan, so we wanted to highlight them. So you'll find that same as you go through the municipal development plan. We gave an overview of those key findings for consideration. And the competitive land analysis. And this is one that was done back in 2020, so it's going back a ways now. And there was a lot of recommendations that came forward on land development in there. And as we went through that, we've really looked and said, okay, I think we really need to revisit some of these key guiding documents, and they need to be updated because some advancements have been made. So part of our recommendation will be, and I think we can do that in-house. I don't think we need to go hire that out. We just need to sit down as a team and go through it. So we're going to review that. And as I came in and I started going through prior economic development on the investment readiness piece that she had undergone, I sat down with that document. It wasn't in the initial review in as much detail as I liked. And I realized that not much had progressed from the time that last investment readiness, because economic development had left at that time. So it's kind of starting over and revisiting a lot of that documentation and preparedness that needs to happen to be able to set the landscape for investment attraction. I was finding, even just listening in on meetings with Invest Alberta, I just didn't have the tools. Jen and I didn't have the tools to sit down and readily able to respond to those requests. The economic base analysis and sector report was done in 2021. And again, they had outlined a number of recommendations, some which have been done and are still ongoing. But we've put down some, recommendations to just go through there and update that report. And of course, it aligns nicely with the Economic Outlook series that'll be launching this fall. So work is being done for certain. You're going to be seeing one this summer come forward with the Community Futures Wild Rose Regional Workforce, that's a mouthful, development project report. They're going to come forward with a list of recommendations, and you can see that I've listed them there. And there will be an action plan developed on how we're going to build that workforce within the entire region of Community Futures. So you'll be seeing more from that, but you can see that there's some recommendations. Those are what's going to be coming forward. I won't digress too much into the tourism or the recreation master plan, but again, council's approved for that moving forward. So we will be now taking back into this plan to making sure that those actions align. Okay. And then looking into tourism, we've looked through all of the destination development reports. Again, I won't go into too much on those, but I just wanted to really reiterate in this part, particularly in tourism, they are very keen on the area. They see it as a major attraction and the low-lying fruit of where the province can be able to step in to drive tourism. So there's ample support in partnership support for tourism. We took some time, we also just went through websites, and one of them being the counties, and we know we need to do some work with that. But I also really just want to talk a little bit about the partners. We did, I started doing some interviews with the partners and just talking about what their strategic priorities are moving forward, what are they having challenges with, what are they looking to focus on in the next 2 to 3 years. And so I've kind of compiled here where their focus is or what services they provide. And of course, I'm not surprised here in Nihil, having been here for 10 years and working in the area, there's lots of partnership support and a great ecosystem for entrepreneurship, right? So that's really hopeful, it's really positive, and this doesn't even outline all of them. This was just what I had time to do. So again, just great support. We see great work from the FCSS organization, and of course with CALS, which are really integral on our social side as we look at economic development. And again, there's just some alignment here with Invest Alberta and Invest Canada's plans, and you can see there's a lot of alignment with the sectors that we're all targeting. Again, just going over engagement, I've kind of given a high level there, but there was really great input on the engagement side with that survey to help drive the plan and its priorities, and the next few pages do just give an overview of what was said.
Councillor Phopes.
Under the organizations, I see that there were 7 of them. How many people participated of those 7 organizations?
My understanding, it's 7.
Just 7 people?
Yeah, they would have talked to like the executive director or the key person.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And again, just following over into the next few pages without going into too much detail, those are the results that came from the surveys. So if there's no questions on those, I won't go through those again, as I think Tara had done a good job. Okay. Okay, so we're going to skip ahead to some of the statistics. These were shown at the ratepayers night as well. So these are statistics between Tara and myself. We pulled these together. They came from the Alberta Regional Economic Development Dashboard. Some of them came, which is linked right to StatsCan. Some of them I've also gone right to StatsCan for some of the data because the regional dashboard wasn't fully up to date. So we've gone through and just pulled some statistics so that we could understand in our community where we're at. You know, population is always a little bit of a concern, especially when you're addressing workforce. So we're going to be looking into a little bit more detail in that, and you're going to hear more of that from the labor report as that comes out. Education-wise, what I was seeing was that we do see an increase in trades, which is really exciting to see. But we are seeing that post-secondary degree is beginning to decline, right? So, and the labor force project will explain that in a little bit more detail. Just kind of skipping down into our top 5 industries, that was really interesting. At the ratepayers meeting, we found individuals were quite surprised by some of those numbers. So top 5 industries by labor force are agriculture, healthcare, construction, mining, and education. And then top 5 occupations by labor force was in natural resources, trades and transportation, sales and service, business, finance, and health. So it's just some good statistical numbers. The number of businesses, you're going to be happy, and here I'm reporting at 22, but I've been able to get it to 39. So that gave some reassurance. So I'll be updating the plan with those new numbers and as well with the counts by industry. So some red flags that kind of happened there when I first seen those numbers. So I went out to find more data, and when we got the labor force report, they also had the updated numbers in there too. So that's really optimistic that we've increased those. And then on the finance side, I just had accounting pull in the 3-year tax levies and the assessments. So you'll see those there, and that was from 21, 22, 23, and you're gonna be seeing more of these different breakdowns through budget process as well, but this is what I've pulled in, and then I pulled Nihil's mill rate over the last 5 years, so you can see those increases. I have pulled in, and I haven't shown it here yet because Mike had asked me to add in some other communities, and some of them I've still got to do that. But I can't wait to show you the one where, when we do the competitive analysis, where you see where we sit with other communities, and you'll evidently see where investment is happening and what's happening with that mill rate to where there is no investment happening in those communities. So this is just a start of some of the data that you're going to see. Again, I mentioned about market access. We're in a really great market access position, just with the trade corridors, proximity to airports, and then of course that Prince Rupert Seaport. So to be able to get logistically product across the country and the nation and the world is quite accessible. And broadband, and I see when the map of Nihil was placed over top, it kind of shadowed it out, but you can see that we're very spotty, right? So there's definitely some work that needs to be done on the broadband side. And Tara had done some economic trends, so she went into those 4 key sectors. We drove some of the information from the sector profiles, but she also did some GDP ratios and numbers, so she's brought those down into the plan. And so yeah, we definitely want to consider more work into that agribusiness and doing some competitive analysis with neighboring counties and other municipalities throughout the province on what they're doing and where we can position the county for our own unique value proposition. So we'll be diving further into these 4 key sectors. Film, I just like to talk about film a little bit, just because we're going to be hosting a few film tours here in the next little bit for site selection. And it's definitely an opportunity that I think we could be pursuing, kind of similar to what Mountain View County undertook with their regional project. So I didn't realize, and I was quite pleased to see how much film had been done here. And I think it's fantastic. And I think there's some exciting opportunities. So Tara wanted to dive into the plan a little bit too, and of course with the film and television tax credits, that's making the province very ideal for film as well. And of course tourism, I won't dive much into it because we spent quite a bit of time on that in the last one, but of course those curious adventurers and hotspot hunters, those are 2 key demographic markets that Travel Alberta is looking, and this area is prime for that. So we're situated nicely with the canyon. And on the energy side, I know there's some discussions in and around that we probably want to have based on prior comments. So again, this is just her stating that, Nihil is in prime wind. We are there for sun as well, sun capture for solar, and there is opportunity to be had with that. And then of course, hydrogen being another great energy resource that we should be looking at or that we could consider. And manufacturing and logistics, we just started to pull some of the vehicle counts coming through the area, and I've noticed it as I'm even coming to work every day from the south end of the county. The number of trucks that are on that highway is incredible, and I'm really curious to find out all where they're coming from and what they're taking. So looking more interested to dive more into that sector for opportunity in Nihil. Was there any questions on those sectors? Okay. We then took the information and we developed a SWOT, because I was having difficulties without the SWOT trying to identify the priorities that needed to be focused on. So there was a list that we had sat down based on the survey results and the scans to identify the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats for the county. And those were compiled here within. So a page full of strengths is always a good place to start. There was some weaknesses identified within the plan as well for consideration. And a number of opportunities giving the partners and the plans of focus on tourism in those different sectors. So we do have that ability to gain support through grants or other opportunities. Some of our biggest threats that we're seeing, of course, are things like housing shortages, lack of skilled labor, and, you know, with declining populations, those are things that we're going to have to look at and address on where we're going to get labor from, but we'll be addressing that through the workforce project as well. And then, of course, some of the opposition on renewable energies and the preservation of that agricultural heritage. So the vision that was created, and I believe Tara had presented this back in the winter as well, was that Kneehill County is a diverse and thriving community, celebrating economic prosperity while maintaining the county's rural way of life and achieving a balance between economic growth, environmental sustainability, and community well-being. So this was the vision statement that was used to create this plan. So we would be also looking that there is some support for that vision statement as we move forward. And again, like, these are things that can evolve and change as you see fit.
Reeve King.
Okay, I can't stay quiet any longer, sorry. I am struggling big time with this whole thing in terms of the balance that in our language we are talking about respect for agriculture, right to farm, how development is a threat to agriculture. Agriculture is an impediment to the development of other economic opportunities within Kneehill County, and we need to recognize that and acknowledge the fact that as long as the population in Kneehill County is strictly focused on agriculture and sees that as our primary purpose, then the other opportunities for development within Kneehill County are very small.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as we as a council communicate in all our documents the importance and primary focus is agriculture, then it makes it very, very difficult to pull in other opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And so I struggle with what we're presenting here just because we are not looking, we're not going to draw a workforce here and new people to this community without employment opportunities. We're not going to have employment opportunities if we're strictly agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
We are not going to draw people here to build houses and community if there are not people coming here to work. If there's not people coming here to work, that means we don't have economic opportunity.
That's right.
And I looked at the numbers, you know, around employment and where the jobs are. Most people aren't working in agriculture.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're working in other industries.
Yes.
Are we acknowledging that enough in this document to say that we are more than just ag? And I mean, it's not, what I'm saying right now is not very popular in Kneehill County.
Okay.
And I recognize that. I work in agriculture. My entire livelihood is based on agriculture. However, I also recognize that the future of Kneehill County has to be more than just agriculture. And that's not very popular.
One of the, through the chair, one of the things that we've identified is we have to look at a more detailed sector analysis. Which ones are we going to focus on based on who we have? When we go through with Invest Alberta, for example, as site selectors, when they're coming into the province for the provincial asks, the one thing that they look at is what do you have for land and who do you have for labor? And if we can't meet those two, we don't meet any site selection criteria. Like, you're almost eliminated right there. So we always have to look to play at our strengths, right, which are going to be our people within our municipality, of which are going to do the work, but we also look at who are we going to attract in, which is, again, provided through that quality of life that we build within the community. So we recognize we have to look at other sectors still. This is not the end-all be-all of all sectors, and as we go through that investment readiness process, that's where we're going to be looking and really honing in on those sectors that we're going to approach or attract. We couldn't do that in 3 weeks. The sector profiles are they're too detailed. They take too long for us to be able to do that. So that's the investment readiness process. We are not ready, and we still don't know who. But this plan, as we see it, at least gets us through that readiness phase so that at the end of the 3 years, we do have a strong value proposition, that we can create a strong investment attraction strategy that we can then go out and attract. The canyon is definitely going to be a big start on the tourism as we move through with that. We do see ample opportunity with that, and that's going to be the low-lying fruit.
Well, sorry. Just as follow-up, I guess. In my mind, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. And I think that the communication that we as council, we as an organization have to have with our residents and population is that things have to change going forward. And we have to build, and I agree, we have to build this plan that outlines that. But I see language in here about, prioritizing our hamlets and targeted growth. Really, are our hamlets the right place to do that growth? Or are there other opportunities that are much more suited to the kind of development perhaps that's going to come here in the future? I don't know. But if we set that as our specific priority, then that becomes our priority. If it's not the right location, then we shouldn't set it as our priority.
Okay.
And so I guess that's my argument is some of the language that we're putting into the document, to me, is almost limiting the directions we're going to look. And I don't know if we want to do that or not. And so I guess I'm just raising questions more than anything, but as I read through, I got more and more frustrated with the direction it seemed to be pointing us. And it seemed to be really narrowing our focus, whereas I think at this point our focus needs to be really broad. And I might be wrong in what I'm saying, but that's kind of how I interpreted what I read, so.
Through the chair to council, I just want to maybe talk a little bit about the MDP, right? Because it's not complete yet, right? We don't have that. So we know as that MDP is finalized, this will have to follow suit as well. This will have to be updated. We were trying to do our best to go off that direction of what is in the current strat plan and the MDP, as well as take into some of the consideration of the new MDP of what we see. And I can't elaborate too much on that because I really haven't seen it fully.
Let's Reeve King, and then we'll get to you, Mr. Gannon.
And again, we have, in some ways, with our strat planning process that we did at the beginning of this council, we have sort of narrowed our focus in the language that we used within our own strat plan, and I recognize that. And that has caused us some limitation as people have read that strat plan and they say, your focus is this and needs to stay this because that's what you said in your strat plan.
Right.
If I went into that process again, I would be much more broad in my language and less targeted in that language so that it does leave opportunity for more than just a single focus. Right. And it's unfortunate that here's where we sit today, but that's just as it happened, right? And so I'm hoping as we develop this plan and as our new municipal development plan comes out, that the language is more inclusive of the other opportunities than maybe previous documents have reflected.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. Great comments all around. When we look at the plan, we base it on information that's available And when we look at these areas to address and look at, the hamlets should be a priority to look at. It may not provide that opportunity which council is talking about, but we'll have more in-depth information of why it is an opportunity or why it's not. It also gives us the opportunity to find out where our readiness is without discounting that potential factor. There are many potentials within the plan that will create different opportunities through evaluation. Do we create area structure plans for growth in certain areas? How does that look as far as a county wide initiatives? So the basis of this document is really creating that readiness and that understanding. And when we have more information through the additional work that's going to be compiling through many, many hours of consultations, exploration, statistical analysis, we'll be able to advise council if why we think that this is still a benefit or why we need to move in a different direction and why that direction should be in those areas. For example, if we see market moving in a certain area within the county and we feel it's a greater opportunity, those conversations within the plan allows us the ability to, we are going to be investment ready focused and potentially create an area structure plan for those areas under council's direction through the municipal development plan and land use bylaw considerations and so on. This is a working document. We understand we have a lot of work to do, but it's in essence just trying to create that foundation of understanding of where we're at, where we potentially can go to, and how quickly can we get there, and what areas should we concentrate our area focus. Should it be on certain sectors? Should it be on housing growth analysis? Should it be a combination of business retention expansion? So it does create a lot of direct items, but there's a lot of vague opportunities within that direct investigation. And that investigation could be provided back to council for consideration as we move forward with different opportunities. So I think the directness needs to be there on some aspects to be ready and understand where we are going to be ready versus then just opening up the whole investigation moving forward. So we start here, it will expand.
Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm just gonna kind of go the opposite way of Reeve King, and that's okay. No, for sure. So I think sometimes when we talk about agriculture, we look at what we're collecting in tax, and we all know what that is. You've heard me say it before. I think sometimes we have to look at the big picture. So if we look at where people are working in banks, they're working at the grocery stores, wherever. A lot of the times they're working and those businesses exist because of the agriculture community where we live. I look at my own business. It's a nice balance between agriculture and the oil industry. When one's up, that's a good thing. When the other one comes up, that's a good thing. If they're both up at the same time, whatever. But I think we can't just throw agriculture out with, no, and I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I think there's a huge opportunity for us to tap into the agriculture possibilities. We ask our residents, what do you think? We have them come to ratepayer meetings. We have them, like, we've got pages of surveys here. When I look through it, they're telling us, promote agriculture and food security, promote the community spirit, buy local projects. Like, they're telling us time and time again, and I think I really see the benefit to encouraging the agriculture portion of it. A lot of our communities, when like I said a couple weeks ago, I had a really good conversation with a business fellow in Linden. A lot of those businesses in Linden or Acme exist because of the agriculture community. So I think there's huge opportunity. Look at Trochu, Trochu Motors, Brant. I mean, those communities exist a lot of times on the agriculture community. So I just really want us not to forget about the agriculture portion of it, because I think it's a huge opportunity. And I love, every time I read these things, I love the studies, I love the plans, I love the statistical analysis. Being a business myself, being on the chamber, the most important thing we can do is to get out there and talk to the people. And I mean, I appreciate all Ms. Zeller's work, but I hope that we have our staff going out there and actually talking to business people. I just had a conversation with a Nehill County business person on Saturday, and that's what she said. She'd love to talk to someone, so. And just one more, and then I'll be quiet for a minute. Yeah, and you know, I think the oil and gas industry has gotten such a bad rap the last little while. We had a fellow in our business in the last month that said this is one of the second most active areas in Alberta. And so I think because they're getting such a negative connotation right now, I think we still need to look at that. The oil and gas industry is not going away, and it's thriving right now. So what can we do to tap into that? So anyways, just a couple comments.
Councillor Christie?
Just a comment, watching agriculture for 40 years, we're doing far more with less people. To keep our young people here, we have to diversify our employment. Oil is the same way. Oil and gas is the same way. They're doing far more with less equipment, less people. Housing is a big issue for our whole area. Some of us were at the Jeans and Jacket presentation in Camrose the other day. One of the things that there was a couple things that caught my attention is in their website for the county, their economic committee has put really good videos for business or for their county programs. They have 4 industrial sites that are growing. Each one has a video that if you bring up the county of Camrose, that video shows what's happening in there. One of the things that caught my attention is they own their seed plant, where ours is a cooperative board that owns it. And I was kind of quizzing them there, and they just said they just lost participation of the community, and that's why they built their new seed plant, which is growing exponentially up there. They're going to be over 1 million bushels. I toured a dairy farm right after that meeting, where his employment is pretty much all immigrants, and he's really diverse on bringing people in, where he's working with a university in the Philippines because he had one graduate that did really well. He's now working with the dean of that university to bring 3 to 5 people a year in, that the dean sends them 20 of their top graduates, and then he thins that down to 3 to 5. And then generally half of them will move on to other dairies once they've got their landed immigrant status and stuff. Really, really innovative. But the other part, they have an economic development committee similar to our Ag Society, where they have 2 board members or 2 council members and 3 members at large that focus on economic development. So that's where these videos started from, and they showed several and they were exceptionally well done. So it caught my attention.
So just in response a little bit to both Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Christie, through the Business Retention Expansion Program, those are things that Jen and I have talked about. And just last week, we had committed to work with Olds on the Business Retention and Expansion Walk. So I actually meet with her this week, and we're going to talk about the next steps with that. So those are the types of things that we want to be able to do through Business Visitation Program. And then looking on that marketing piece, what can we be doing to facilitate different initiatives like that, and using some of our community partners, right, to grow those kind of programs. So yeah, we're definitely looking at those, and they've all been talked about. Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham?
I know, I could go on for days. Yeah, oh yeah. I'll take my minute and then some. No, just one thing again in the comments, and kind of to further it is very interesting to me when we talk about creating employment opportunities. Of course, that's important, and when we try to keep our young people here. As an employer myself, we've had a help wanted sign up for 2 years. We can't fill that position. My role on chamber, and then just the discussions I have with fellow business people cannot find people to work. And so I know you've got something, or we've got something coming forward from Community Futures, which is going to be phenomenal, because that is the number, besides the cost of doing business, that is the other number one thing I hear is we can't find people to work. So even when I'm looking through the comments of the people made, and they're saying we need jobs, you go on Indeed.com and you can go from Drumheller to Delburn, and there is pages and pages of jobs. The jobs are there. We just need people to work in them. So.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm really enjoying the conversation around the table. couple of the items I want to point out is that our concentration on this plan was not regionally. We wanted to start within Kneehill County first and look at the benefits of Kneehill County and potentially in the future, look at a regional potential. Once this plan is in place and council approves it, our intention is to be very deliberate and go to those individual councils and present our plan so they understand the opportunities and the level of effort, what we're going to do to ensure that windows of collaboration and opportunity are there. So when we look at the compounding effect of what ag does as one of our sectors within the region, they're incredibly important. As per the 5 top industries by labor, they're 34%. Where we're trying to get at through other previous conversations we had within the Horseshoe Canyon and through other aspects, we need to be attractable. And our tariff rate and attractability of that rate needs to vary. So we need to diversify that portfolio and find a way to create more industries that either support ag or support others as a non-residential. Replacing it as a singular farm-to-farm application really does not diversify it, as if there is a short-term issue within the environment of ag, it affects all those businesses downstream. So we're looking at a sustainable model for the community and trying to see what that looks like for us. And there's a lot more data that's going to be required to determine that, but that's why some of the variations of really looking at how can we support ag, how can we support other industries? How do we attract other industries? They're all interchangeable within that aspect and opportunity. So we don't want and we don't feel that, you know, suppressing ag, they're a great partner in the region. We're just trying to find a way to really be a more sustainable economic driver in the region. So that's how the plan was basically laid out, to try to provide those opportunities and really see what areas we need to explore and where we need to explore them. Thank you.
Just to further to that too, one of the things, and we were just talking about this again yesterday in labor, is most of your expansion or other investment comes from what you already have in your backyard. It doesn't, like the de Havillands, all those of the world, those are 1 in 10 year opportunities, right? Those big investments, those don't come very often. So always looking to who we have in our backyard and how we can strengthen that. And I think Sunterra is like a really prime example of that and how they've diversified, right? And there's those tax incentives and credits that are out there through the province that we need to educate people, and we need to help them find those opportunities that they could be doing within some of their existing operations to help them grow. And that's part of that business retention and expansion program that we want to look at. And that economic outlook series is going to be the start. What are your challenges? What do you see as those opportunities? And how can we help foster that to move that forward with them? So yeah, it's always starting what's in your backyard. And then you fill in those gaps with investment.
Reeve King.
So one of the things that was quite interesting to me in the study, and I hear the comment quite often that there's endless opportunities for employment in this area, and there's lots of people looking for employees, and I don't disagree with that because I think it's very, very true. Interesting to me was the wage scales that are indicated in here. Basically, what we're talking about, average for Kneehill County, is what's considered a basic living wage in Alberta. Mm-hmm. So it's about $50,000 approximately is considered living wage in Alberta. Our median employment income is $42,400, and our average is $52,250. Mm-hmm. So the jobs that are available, and there's exceptions to all of these things, and I recognize that. So in my mind, as we're looking at economic opportunity and drawing people into this area to live, we have to provide opportunities that are going to allow them to exceed a basic living wage and to have opportunity to go farther than maybe they could in other areas. That doesn't mean the jobs that already exist need to be ignored in any way, shape, or form, and it does not mean that we can't build on the already existing businesses that are here. We just have to be really, really cognizant that in other industries in other parts of this province, there are much bigger opportunities perhaps than what exists right here. And so it doesn't mean that what we're offering isn't worthwhile coming here for, or that there isn't opportunity here, because there is. Question is, who's coming here for those opportunities, and how can we expand on what's already here, and how can we grow from what's already here? And to me, that's kind of where I'm going. And if all the businesses that end up coming into Nehill County are ag-based businesses and are, you know, going to spin off of the industry that's already here, I'm 100% for that. But that doesn't mean we should close our mind or the door to any other opportunity that might come here as well. And I don't think anybody on this council is saying that, but I just, the whole reason I brought up language is that we don't want to narrow so much that we can't focus beyond that. And so that's my only comment.
So through the chair, how would you like us to change that? Is it waiting until the MDP is updated and then change that document, or the strategic plan? Like, how do we then have that alignment to connect those plans? I need some direction, I guess, on how do you want me to amend the language? I don't want to discredit it either.
No, and that's not what I'm getting at, right? Okay. And I just, as the farther I read in the document and the narrower and narrower the focus became, and that was what was frustrating me. And so somehow, and I mean, we've set ourselves up for that. And I acknowledge that, because in our strategic plan and in our previous municipal development plan and all the documents that we have in place, we have narrowed our focus. And we've created a belief out there that we are ag and we are rural, and that's all we are. And we will protect that. We will guard those boundaries with ferociousness. And all I'm saying is, I'm looking for a crack in the wall.
Okay.
An opportunity to say there are other things that Nehill County would consider having happen here that at this point in time I don't think would be allowed. And part of that is not so much about how outside looking in sees us, but how we inside see ourselves.
Okay.
Right? And so if we see ourselves strictly as that agriculture community and that rural, preserve rural and that rural lifestyle and all of those things, what it does is it creates in our own mind a barrier to economic opportunity. Mm-hmm. And so that is my concern. That's kind of, somehow can we have language that sort of will broaden our perspective somewhat. And in no way do I want to disparage or not be respectful of what we already have, because it's very, very important, but not to the exclusion of some future opportunity. And so that's, I don't want anybody to hear me saying I'm not extremely proud and thankful that what we have is here, because I am. I very much am thankful that we have the diversity that we have in terms of the operations that are here. I'm very thankful for the agriculture heritage that we have and the rural lifestyle we have. Those things are very, very important, but not in a way that closes the door to any other opportunity. And so that's what I'm looking for in the language, is just to help us inside Nehill County to see ourselves as potentially something different than we already are. And to ask me how to do that off the top of my head, that's very difficult, but that's kind of what and that's me. I mean, I don't know if all of the rest of the council feels the same way as I do, but I just see, as further and further I read in that document, I saw our focus going narrower and narrower and narrower, and to me, I want to push back against that a little bit.
Okay.
Councilor McGee.
I'm having trouble seeing what you're talking about. Because I come down to the 10 goals, And it's not mentioned at all in those 10 goals. And to me, that's the essence of what this document, it was all background for these goals. And so in the background, we do mention it, and we mention respecting agricultural heritage, but it's respecting it, not emphasizing it. Our goal there isn't a goal that mentions ag specifically, but we do mention diversification in goal 5. So I think
So,
the philosophy of what you're trying to say, I'm 100% behind. I really don't think this document is too strong in that way, in saying, in making your concern a highlight.
so just in response to that, I didn't really have a problem with the priorities, but I didn't feel the document language backed the priorities. So, just for instance, in our package, page 192, agriculture is an impediment to any development. Page 197, respecting agriculture. Page 202, right to farm. Page 244, development is a threat to agriculture. Those languages really bother me. Okay, and so that's why I'm saying is, even though we have these broader, big goals, the supporting language in the document does not back what those goals are saying. And so, as I read the document, it just felt to me that it narrowed the focus in spite of what the goals state. And so that's the only thing that I'm sort of struggling with, is I don't mind what the goals say so much as I mind what the rest of the supporting language says. And so I acknowledge the fact that that comes out of the research, right? And it comes out of the things that we're being told by people. And so some of the things that are being said in our document are exactly what is being reflected by our residents. And so it's pretty hard to argue with that. But at the same time, what it does is it does tend to narrow the opportunity or the window for opportunity by having that language, even though we have a much broader set of goals or direction that's outlined. And so that's kind of, Councillor McGee, I don't know if that helps you or not, but certainly that's what I'm reacting to in the document.
No, I appreciate it, because I couldn't find where you were referring to, so thank you.
I'll just make a comment. Thanks, Councillor McGee, because I was wondering what wording in which aspects of it. So, no, thank you. That really makes sense, and I think we all understand where you're coming from now, because I was looking at the goals too, and I couldn't work it out. So, no, thanks for asking that question to the Reeve King, Councillor McGee.
You need to keep me accountable and hold my feet to the fire, but you know, I did spend quite a bit of time reading through the document, and there's things that were in there that I flagged right away that just said to me, okay, this is not reflective of the overall, the 4 strategic priorities are great. The goals that we outline here, whether we agree 100% with them or not, I mean, they're good as well. But I didn't feel the background language supported what we were coming up with as conclusions.
I will give you a couple of minutes, Mr. Gannon, but we are gonna stop for lunch. I know that there's gonna be some more discussion on this, but we're not gonna discuss it till lunch is cold. So go ahead.
Through the chair, I might be heavy-winded, so if you'd like to stop now, it might be in everybody's benefit, because I think that this is a great topic and conversation.
Okay, well, you can finish up after we eat. Okay, I will, what is the word, recess for lunch, and we shall be back at 1. Okay, it is 1:01, and I shall bring our meeting back to order. We have our economic development plan, and I don't remember where the heck, oh, I think Mr. Gannon had a comment, which he kind of stifled, so. We shall let you go again if you want to add to that, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. It was great to have lunch, to get refreshed, to have this conversation. So I'm glad to be back here.
Yeah, buckle up.
Some of the findings you'll find in a report are in order to be open and transparent with what we've heard, and really encompass, regardless if there may be individuals that would disagree with portions of it. We're trying to capture that voice, and we're trying to ensure council has the ability to take those into considerations as we look at the different goals and priorities within those different areas. We're more than capable of going back there and try to remove some of that and make it more of what we heard versus, this is kind of a forward direction within the document, and we can review should council wish for us to do that. Our point of view within our team is that we want to strongly concentrate on our goals and the opportunities, recommendations within the individual findings and the document reviews that we're talking about, the economic base analysis sector report. All this is going to provide greater opportunity within the plan to hopefully give council a better understanding to say, we are going to be forward focused in this area for investment and traction, or we're going to be more on business retention, expansion, and put those stronger priorities in place. We also understand that this is a working document, and I believe the Deputy Reeve mentioned the chicken or the egg scenario, and we're forced with that with all of our governance documents. As we see the MDP, we've tried to take some of the findings from the MDP that we've seen, but we've also had our own focus groups and our own information. So all that statistical analysis came down to this plan. We want to ensure that this plan is representative of where council wants to go and the level of effort that administration is going to bring forward in the form of projects or deliverables. So understanding moving forward within this document, we can clearly make those separations within what was expressed by the Reeve and be able to move some of those overarching where ag doesn't trump economic development as a whole. It's part of a consideration to the larger plan. So we will incorporate and try to make that incorporation into the document maybe a little bit more clear. But I did want to point out through the goals and the transition through the document, some of the deliverables within that are detailing that we are looking at being investment ready. And investment ready did not say solely on ag. It did not say solely on a sector. We're looking at being investment ready for whatever opportunities come our way as an organization and municipality. So that's from a team perspective, that's how we look at it. But I also understand the view that may be from our ratepayers or people outside. So we can go back and take that information, but I just wanted to give you different perspectives of why we've incorporated some of it, why we turn the terminology. But our main concentration as administration are our goals, are some of the deliverables that are mentioned within the plan that really do remove that ag priority as the only consideration. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McGee.
So, thanks for that. I really appreciated what Reeve King had said, and I think it'd be really helpful to just remove a few of those phrases so that there's such a high emphasis on it. Not that it's not there, but it's repeated too often and it gives the wrong impression. So I fully support that because this is about being diverse.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McGee.
Thanks.
Councillor Bylaw.
Thanks for that. I really appreciated what Reeve King had said, and I think it'd be really helpful to just remove a few of those phrases so that there's such a high emphasis on it. Not that it's not there, but it's repeated too often and it gives the wrong impression. So I fully support that because this is about being diverse.
Reeve King.
The other comment I guess I would make is if somehow in the language somewhere, there's an acknowledgement of the fact that economic development is going to impact the amount of ag land that's in our inventory. Any development that takes place will take place on ag land and likely will remove ag land out of our inventory. And so I think we just need to acknowledge the fact that because we're all ag, that's basically what we're zoned for the most part. When somebody comes in prepared to do development, there might be some rezoning that takes place and it will no longer be ag. But we need to just acknowledge the fact that there will be some erosion of that ag land base for economic development to happen.
Councillor Cunningham.
Totally agree with Reeve King, said all the land predominantly here is ag land. Sometimes it just goes down the difference between maybe a 1 or 2 acre parcel for a development versus 2,000 acres. But anyhow, the one comment I wanted to make again was to go back to what Councillor Forbes mentioned in the beginning about the key sectors. The energy one where it does state Nihil County eyes renewable energy projects. I certainly would never want to speak for my fellow councillors, but just listening to the conversation we've had around the table probably the last 2.5 years, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. We had Mr. Hogan and Reeve King participate in AUC hearings in the last year, and I think it sends a very conflicting message to the AUC and perhaps potential companies that might be looking here. Again, we've said it ad nauseum. It's not that we're against the projects. We just want to have more of a role in siting. But I think the way it's worded there would send a clear indication to the AUC that we are in favor of that. So I would like to see that change somehow. And it's certainly between the conversations I've had with ratepayers on the street or phone calls last Wednesday, the ones that we'll have this Thursday, I think there would be quite an issue with that. And even with the ones that are signed up, I know I had one ratepayer that is signed up with the wind, and she did express appreciation to me that we had a comprehensive overview of our bylaws. So even the people that are doing it are very happy with the from what I'm hearing, the ones that are speaking to that. So yeah, so that's just a comment I wanted to make on that.
So just to clarify what you're saying, basically you'd like all the language to reflect that though we know it may exist, it's not something that we're looking for. So we're not searching it out. It's basic, because eyeing it looks like we're searching it, right? Am I understanding you right? Thanks.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. As the expressions were mentioned by council, my recommendation is that if it's council's direction that we want to remove renewable energy as a focus area, then we remove it from the document, period, rather than indicate that we're not looking for this type of development. This document is a forward-facing document which creates attraction to the community, and we want to look like we're development open and friendly, but where our triggers are. And sometimes putting some areas within it that could be perceived as not development friendly could potentially negatively impact any other proponent coming to the community or looking at our community as a prospective place to do business.
Reeve King.
So just a comment, looking at that particular statement around energy, could we not say that we're positioned in the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin and Nihil County supports growing of it, or supports the growing of the oil production? Just, so all it does is it removes the renewable energy portion and does say we support energy production, oil.
We most certainly can make that change. That is an easy amendment.
Because then it's rather than saying we're not interested in green energy development, we're just saying we support the continued oil production. I don't know, it just removes it from our document in terms of a statement that says we are eyeing or looking to have that happen here, and just acknowledges the fact that oil and gas is still important.
Councillor Christie.
In that statement, we support oil and development with the new technologies that they have, because there's been such an improvement from when they started to now. So I don't know how to word that, but, so give them acknowledgement that they're improving their footprint too.
I believe we can use the word innovative and put that in there.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Anything else? Councillor Cunningham.
Just one portion of the webpage I wanted to highlight was the entrepreneur and business spotlight. And I know it was an event we had at the community center. Can't remember what it was called. Was it agritourism? It was a couple of years ago. We did it. Anyways. Yeah, it was a really good event. But there was a couple businesses actually that came and talked to Councillor Phobes, and I've heard it out in the community as well, and people absolutely love this feature. So in terms of economic development, we talk about the retention. I mean, I think this is a huge part of it, and to really focus on the business that we do have in the county. And I know we've been low on staff and stuff, but this is something that I've heard from the people, and even myself, like when I saw it come out, I would always read it. I think it's just a great awareness for people to know what is available within Nihil County. And I talked to Digger's Greenhouse on Saturday or Sunday, and she really appreciated it the time that she was focused on it. So I think it would be a great program, whatever you want to call it, if we can really highlight that, that'd be awesome. And it was very well done, yeah.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. Through the chair, as council considers any other amendments or changes to the economic development plan, we're also going to want to ask council for any potential direction if they prefer us to bring what amendments they've requested back for another committee of whole, or if it's going to be sufficient for us to bring it back with the amendments to a next council session for adoption.
I'm happy for you to bring it back to council. Yeah, me too.
No, I have no objection to that, because if it comes to council and we're not satisfied with what's there, we can refer it back for additional information. So to bring it forward to a council meeting, I don't see any difficulty with that. It's going to just depend on how it gets amended and whether that sits well once it's in the room, I guess. So I have no objection.
Councillor Penner.
Just one minor comment, and I'm sure you've picked it up, for the page numbers. Because I was looking up the table of figures while I was trying to go to the different things, and of course it was a little difficult today, but yeah, just to make sure it's numbered.
Yeah. Through the chair, we have to put the page numbers on, but there's also some footnotes with the appendices or the, just quoting. Some of it got cut off at the bottom. So, yeah, so we just have to move all of our margins up and, yeah. So that will all be fixed and more graphics at the final few pages as well. That will all be done.
Sorry, Councillor McGee.
I have one little detail I want to ask you about. When you go to your market access page and you have your maps and you talk about proximity to airports, I was wondering if there isn't a way that we could also acknowledge Red Deer Airport, as they're going to be the highlight. It looks like the province might be trying to move them to be the #1 cargo handler over as it develops, and maybe it's too soon to do that since they're not there yet, but I don't know if maybe we can make some mention of them.
Through the chair, I think we can definitely add that in. I'll look on Cape's site just to see what they readily have. That's where I got that information from, so we'll see what they've updated.
Okay, is there anything else that we were missing? Councillor Cunningham.
So one thing that we've talked about, and Reeve King, I'll think ad nauseam as well, because I know he's been so involved and given so much of his time, but one thing that comes up in economic development in the circles that I travel in is the importance of the doctors and the hospital and the clinic. And so I just wonder if there's a piece in here where, because like we say, when companies or people are looking to land their business somewhere, that's one thing they're always looking for, is their doctors in the area, is there a hospital? So I think, and again, Reeve King and his group have done an amazing job. So, but is there a part for us to play in that and try to support the hospital more, the healthcare industry more? I'm like, we did see the healthcare industry is, one of the top in our area. So that's just one thing I wonder if we would be able to touch on, or if it has a place in this document, I guess.
Through the chair, yeah, it definitely would have a place in there, and maybe what I'll do is just make it a little bit more prevalent so it stands out. Was there any questions on, just some of the tactics? These are, when we put together the goals and the priorities, we had just come together with some tactics, ones that are already in motion or ones that we had done and we evaluated and said, yeah, we need to repeat those. What the plan is to do after this, we'll make the edits. We will be putting together an action plan and budgets, of course, as we go through this budget season. But was there anything that you felt that we shouldn't do or that we should be adding? If you've seen things work well, within your time at council or prior, like what you had said, Councillor Cunningham, with the business spotlights, like, please let us know. Everybody has a different viewpoint or perspective of how some initiatives have gone, and I just want to make sure that we're hitting on those key notes, I guess. And some of them are just really to discover, to look at. We're not 100% how viable some of them will be yet until we know more about our business community. But they're definitely things that we're exploring.
Councillor Cunningham.
Said that was my last one, but I lied. So when I looked to the competitive land analysis that was done in 2020, it talked about the engagement with landowners and current listings of privately owned industrial lots and buildings. Is that something that we're going to target doing, is to make sure we have that inventory current and available? Okay, perfect. Because then if you do have somebody walk in the door, it's pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
And then the other line was, which rolls into that, identify and target lands for future non-res development, so the industrial lots. So are we thinking of that as we want to target an investor to come in and develop those, or are we looking at developing that as a municipality?
Investment would
Investment,
be,
thank you.
yeah.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. The additional information that we'll receive through these individual efforts that are going through the tactics and the goals there will provide other avenues and opportunity for consideration, like area structure plans, where we want to target development. It could be a strategy that we mostly want the investors to take on the majority of the risk, but sometimes as a municipality, we need to invest in order to attract. I go back to the saying, you build it, they will come. It's a proven factor. So if we find out that we want to target a certain areas, we may have to consider different utilities, different resource bases that are required to stimulate that growth in those areas. But that comes through those individual studies that we'd be looking at and proposing those that inventory and that information to council as we consider moving forward.
So when we look at industrial land that's held by a private landowner, We don't have an agreement with them on anything, other than their word that they may or may not be interested in industrial development happening on that property. So it's still a crapshoot. Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, there'll be multiple engagements out there and try to find out, do the customers have the ability to potentially change their mind and not sell that land for those purposes? Of course. But if we go more in depth into an area structure plan, we really understand how we're repurposing that land and moving forward as an organization, or what the intent of the municipality is to move forward. So even when it comes to our planning documents moving forward, that's the intent. So changing that area structure plan will take a significant amount of effort, and repurposing it if the individual wants to do something else with it. So it really has to come back to, all this information came forward, we're moving in this direction, and if the ASP is governed, or that's the direction we're moving, it normally is because we have a significant amount of buy-in for it.
Okay. But we would be looking at lands, well, okay, again, utilities would be up to a developer regardless of. Okay, never mind. Reeve King.
Again, this whole thing about being ready for investment may mean Nehill County might have to invest to be ready. And so I hear what Deputy Reeve Woodstock is saying about sort of the uncertainty sometimes of being in partnership with someone who hasn't made a complete commitment. One of the ways to guarantee that commitment is for Nehill County to be the owner of the property that potentially will see development. And it still doesn't prohibit whoever decides to develop on that from having to pay for some of the infrastructure that's required for whatever development that is there. I just look at our neighbor to the east who have made a commitment to an industrial site at to me, looks like an ideal location, and are putting an area structure plan in place and putting plans in place to allow commercial development at the intersection of 27 and number 9. And so you just go, is that something that Nehill County might have to consider doing in the future if we have transportation corridor and or rail and or a partnering municipality who maybe wants to work with us to develop a joint parcel? Would we consider that? I think the door is open. I think we need to consider that so that we are potentially ready for investment when it shows up on our doorstep.
Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to build on what Reeve King has said. I think the thing with the plan is that it is a higher level document. It does get into the tactics and stuff like that. When we get further down that road, and this really is the economic development roadmap, right? When we're traveling to the destination here and that investment readiness, when we see those things actually occur, they can occur in different ways. And so those will be options available to the council of the day as to what they want to do. Because there are scenarios where the municipality purchasing land and being the developer might be the best, most appropriate way to go. That's going to be a risk tolerance decision of the council of the day. That's going to be other factors that tie into that. There might be other areas where if you have a developer that wants to come in and develop an entire area, they'll do that all and they'll recoup that through lot prices. You might get to some areas where it's a mixture of both. So as an example, you have an area that's designated, but the developer you're attracting only wants one parcel or one little site within that area. You're going to scare them off if you force them to build the entire access road to the area and run gas and power. And now every future developer has to negotiate with them to get back. So you might say, hey, they're going to do this, but as a municipality, we're going to put in the investment to run utilities and road so that it's not a barrier to everybody coming after. which of those choices that the council of the day undertakes is really going to depend on the circumstance of the day, the risk tolerance of the council, and what opportunities you're actually looking at. In attracting a developer to come into an area is a different sort of thing than us partnering with, say, the town of Three Hills to do a joint development of some fashion, right? So the context is different, and they're just different pathways to trying to achieve the same goal. So I think in the plan here, we're not getting so prescriptive on those things that we're locking ourselves in, because we really do want the options, right? If you have one developer, I'll go back to that, who wants to come in and develop a 400-acre, site for welding shops and whatever else, they're going to take care of the whole thing as a developer. If you're dealing with a welding shop that's looking to locate, they're not going to undertake that whole development, right?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hogan, because I was headed down that road, trying to think if there was a way that the county could be involved in any sort of incentive on the utility side, or even possibly on the taxation side, which don't really want to go down that road, but utilities would eventually even out. Mr. Zier.
Thank you. Good morning. Just to add to that, a little tidbit. You're right. As far as utilities, great incentive, as everyone here has said. Developers are looking for investment ready. They don't want to put a lot of the development. So there is a real benefit to having those utilities in place, servicing roads, water, sewer, depending on what it is. And as we get down that path, there is methods, depending on the flavor of council, to potentially recover some of those costs through offsite levies, through the sale of those lots too. So there's lots of different avenues that, like I say, getting deeper into those things. It's not we're going to pay for everything and hopefully recover it. We can work out scenarios where we recover some of those costs back through sales as well.
Okay, is there anything else? Oh,
I'm ready to make a
Councilor
motion.
McGee.
I'm just ready to make a motion, so I was gonna let you see if there's
Okay,
anything
because
else
I thought we
first.
were coming into those 2 o'clock doldrums.
It's only 1:30.
We're coming into it.
Early. So, yeah, I'd like to make the motion. First off, thank you. Impressive amount of work in both instances in quite a short period of time. So thank you very much for what has been brought forward. And I look forward to the little bit of tweaking we might have. It's exciting to be down this path. And therefore, I'd like to make the motion that Committee of the Whole requests that administration bring forward the economic development plan with some of the changes we asked for to council for approval.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any discussion, further discussion on this motion? Councilor Cunningham?
I think I was the one that said I needed to go. Anyways, no, I swear to God, this will be my last one. I just, for now, yeah. So Ms. Vanderkool had the piece up there that talked about brand development, and I think that's a really key piece. And I want to say thank you for that piece, because I think I was telling you folks about a conversation I had with a business person in Linden. I said, how did you guys achieve what you've achieved here? And he says, we've tried to make the community a place where people want to be. And I think that's a really key factor. So I like the fact that you highlighted CALS, FCSS, camping, recreation, quality of life that's in this document here. Like I said, we want people to be here, and we have to have people to be here to then support those businesses that we hope to come here and to retain here. So good job on that piece as well.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there any other further discussion to that motion? Okay, not seeing any, I shall call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Brandt.
And your team.
And the team. A lot of information there.
There is a lot. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your feedback, and I look forward to presenting you an updated document. Okay, thank you.
All righty. Okay, so our next agenda item, 2.4, the AUC decision. Mr. Hogan, I take it you're doing the honor, yeah, has the honor?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go with honor, I guess. The item that we're bringing for you is purely an informational item. My suspicion is that you might have seen it already, but we are bringing it forward just for awareness on this. Earlier in the meeting, it was mentioned that Reeve King and myself took part in an AUC hearing. That was the one related to this decision. So this is for the approximately 133-acre solar generation facility that was applied for just north of Three Hills along 21. And we've received that decision back. I'm not going to go through the entire decision. I've included a copy of it in the package. Anyone that's interested can find it on the AUC site or in this package. As we go through here, though, in going through, there are some things that I wanted to highlight that, again, just for awareness or as that we work through the processes, things that I think were pertinent to us. So in terms of the reasoning for the decision, again, I've not listed them all. I've just listed some that I think are relevant to the discussions that we as a municipality have been having. They provide some insight into what the AUC deems as the public good. So when you look at their reasons, you start to trace that back to, okay, what is their definition of the public good? Well, that's in their reasons, right? They don't link those two, but one leads to the other. So when we look at this, some of the reasons for this included the production of emissions-free electricity, diversification of energy resources, generation of municipal tax revenue, creation of job opportunities, loss of agricultural land is reversible at the project's end of life, ability to co-locate agriculture activities, including livestock grazing and apiculture, weeds and vegetation can be managed through appropriate plans, lack of adverse glare and minimal visual impact from nearby residences. So the reason I brought this forward as an information item was twofold. One, in terms of having that reasoning a bit out there in the world, so to speak. But the second one is as we go down this path and looking at the things we do, looking back to these decisions would aid in future involvements. When you're saying, okay, how are they viewing the public good? What types of things are they viewing? Well, they're telling you right here what they're tying into that. The one thing that I will note from that we as administration and as a county, not just admin, have to work through is we and the public did bring up the concern around weeds and weed management into this hearing. The fact that the AUC has conditioned a weed and vegetation management plan to be part of this, we're still sorting through whether that's actually our domain anymore. If this AUC has conditioned it, who's that plan going to? And there might not be a role for Kneehill County in that domain anymore. Because it's been, so there's some things coming out of this that we've got to sort through in order to figure out, okay, when this permit comes through to us, we'd normally condition that there be a weed. We might not have that anymore because the AUC has specifically addressed that. So that's still something we're going to work through. We don't have an answer for that today, but there are, just for the committee's awareness on some of those things. In addition to the reasons, there's a couple other areas that I felt were notable. And as we get into those sections, and I've highlighted it here in the RFD, 22 and 23 deal with some elements of how it relates to the municipality. And this was, of course, a question coming out of the pause on renewable development and the additional role that municipalities would play in the process, and nobody knowing yet what exactly that looked like. So if this is going to be foreshadowing of things to come, I'm not sure yet, but I thought it was notable in terms of, we go through here, the highlighted portion, a municipality can provide additional context regarding concerns for a specific project and a regional lens through which its planning instruments are situated. The Commission has a broader province-wide perspective. So what they're saying is we can bring some local knowledge, but that's not their mandate. Their mandate is province-wide. So I trace that back to where they view, the AUC being the they, view the public good is not related to the local community or wherever. It's related to what is the public good at the provincial level, is what they're saying there.
Regional good doesn't matter.
Yeah. We go through, the next one that I pulled out of note is, while the commission acknowledges the county's important interest in local development, we are not bound by a municipal land use bylaw. This next bit in parentheses was, I thought, really notable, whether proposed or in force, that might prohibit the development of a power plant on certain lands. So that's essentially the AUC saying, you know, whether your bylaw, because at that time it was proposed, the amendment, that's them saying, you know, it was only a proposal, but even had it been enforced, we're not bound by it. And so that's I think, notable because A, we did already know that at the time, but B, they're explicitly telling us that. So it's an awareness of, you know, we get that your bylaw might say this, that's not our concern, right? So again, it was more just to highlight some elements of those decisions. The full decision is in the package and available on the AUC website if anyone wants to go look at it.
Councillor McGee.
I had a resident contact me to give me a little piece of information she thought, she thought we would find interesting. They have a family member who has leased their land in the Vulcan area, and they made their contract mean that they were in charge if we controlled themselves on their own land. And they developed a great goat program, and they have had lots of profit and good experiences of having their goats take care of the land, but also had market for goats. And it's turned out to be very good experience for all parties concerned. So I thought that was a really interesting piece. I don't have more information specifically to that, but they thought in case that helps us with that weed control issue, there is another way of taking it. You as the landowner can take control of how that's done.
I think I kind of misheard you right off the bat. I thought you said golf project.
That was just a wish.
Councillor Cunningham.
So, a couple things. I think when we had the AUC here virtually, I think it was pretty clear to most of us that there's a huge disconnect between the AUC and the province. Questions that we directed to the AUC were told to go to the province, and then when some people approach the province, they say you've got to talk to AUC. So I think there's a huge disconnect there, and I think they have a lot of work to do. A few of us spoke with Minister Neuter, who's a Minister of Utilities and Affordability, a couple months ago, and he told me that it would become very clear to municipalities in the next month where municipalities stand. That was about 2.5 months ago. I think I can probably speak for everybody to say I don't think we know we're any clearer where we stand.
Well, we are.
Well, yeah, I guess we don't have a stand.
I guess I would disagree with you. I think it's really clear. They don't care.
But I'm not sure the province is aware of the decisions that are being made.
So
Well, they're gonna be, and they definitely will be.
So just as a question then, if we feel the province isn't aware of how we have been treated and our opinion has been regarded or disregarded by AUC, should we be writing them a letter to say the new process is no better than the old process and we have concerns how AUC is making their decisions in light of the fact the province said, and the mandate is that AUC would pay more attention to municipal input. Obviously, they're saying we don't have to. Therefore, it doesn't matter what your land use bylaws say. We can override them because this is in the general public interest. And to me, the commitment the province made in the whole moratorium and everything else was we would have more of a voice. And just, I'll let you go and then I'll come back.
So you took the words right out of my mouth. So yes, I do think we should have a letter written. I've got 2 pages of notes that I wrote from March 2023 from Premier Danielle Smith when she spoke at the RMA, and she made her stance very clear. And I think the uncomfortable part for me is I came back from that and actually shared a lot of that with our ratepayers. And basically, everything in this decision, what the AUC has done, has gone 100% against what Premier Smith said. So back to my comment about the disconnect. So I think it would be important for us to write a letter to Premier Smith, Minister Neudorf, Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Cooper, and just say, we are not sure if the new rules are in place, but this is the experience we have had recently. Because we know, we're very clear, we have a couple on our doorstep that are going to be coming in the next 2 to 6 months. So I just think we need to be very clear where we stand. And I think they need to know what's going on, because they might not be.
I said it.
Reeve King.
So I 100% agree. My interpretation of the decision that we received is that this solar power company is going to develop a weed plan, which they're going to share with us, but that's it. They're going to share with us, and then they have to file confirmation that it has been distributed. That's inadequate as far as I'm concerned, that they can make whatever plan they want and then they can share it with us and we have no input. That's not acceptable. And secondly, the definition of agriculture, coexistence with agriculture and apiculture being the coexistent, as far as I'm concerned, that's inadequate. And so I think that there is room for us to continue to provide feedback to the province to say really what we've done in some ways is just given AUC more ability to sideline us than what we've ever had previous.
I think we also need to express that to RMA, whether it's through you, the Reeve, just contacting them, or we need to do something more formal. I'd look for your guidance for that, but RMA needs this exact example to see what's happening.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. And I did question Minister Neudorf. I said, could you explain or give me a definition of how agriculture and the renewable projects will coexist? And at that time, he did not have an answer for me. So again, further to that, I'm not sure if the province and the AUC are very clear on how that is supposed to coexist. My other comment, and this doesn't have to be in the letter, if they're going to take this public interest stance, I guess then when because it's in my division, I will field a lot of the calls, because I did with the current one. I guess would they be willing to take those calls then from the public if they consider this a public interest? And I know the answer to that, I'm just being facetious, but yeah, I just, yeah, and I really would like a clear indication from them and maybe some examples from Europe of how these projects have been then gone back to full agriculture production, because not that I'm aware of, has it happened yet to date, so maybe they know something that we don't.
Councillor McGee.
I guess the question is asked, what do you mean by that, by agriculture use? So if it's, the goats still can graze off of it, that's agriculture use. But do we want it to be the original agricultural use of, sound crop growing? Like there's such a broad thing there.
I'm actually surprised they allowed goats, because they will climb on that equipment.
Well, I guess we've come to the end of end of a conversation, seeing as how we have no say.
So I'm not sure, Reeve King, how would you best like RMA to be addressed? Should we have that included in the motion, or that you would just like to handle that?
You could include it. We could CC RMA with our letter to the province.
So do you want that wording in there, CC to RMA?
Well, do we need more direction than that? I don't think so. If we just acknowledge the fact that when we say the province, we mean the Premier, Newdorf, Horner, Cooper, and then the CC.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what you'll see here, because this is, you're in committee of the whole right now, so you're making a recommendation to council. This means I have to bring something back to council. But my intention here is I'm not going to bring back an RFD that just says, would you like to send a letter? I'll put the draft letter in and bring that back for you to approve it, and we can send that off. Just to shorten that time frame up a little bit. And then on the letter itself, you'll see the CC and who all that's going to. So I think this would be sufficient, I think.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? Sure, I will. Okay, Councillor Phobes.
I make the motion that the committee of the whole recommend that council send a letter to the province regarding concerns with the AUC's decision 28086-D01-2024.
Okay. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none, so I shall call the question. All those in favor? And carried unanimously. So I'm under the assumption that we've come to the end of our agenda. Okay, nobody wanted to disagree with that one. So at 1:49, I shall adjourn today's committee of the whole meeting. Thank you, everyone.